Hi there. Welcome to my channel, the home of Christian romances to entertain and inspire. Please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Happy listening. They're All Along by Mallory Ford. Book 1 in the Mountain Promise series. Chapter 1. Reindeer Pass, Montana. Late spring. Sarah Quinn's breath came in short pants as she closed in on the last mile of her run. Sticks and leaves crunched under her feet, the feeling of her waterlogged socks almost second nature at this point. Still, her breathing wasn't right. Slow down. Passing out and getting a black eye on a tree root won't be a good look. Especially since blood already trickled down her leg from an unfortunate corner she cut too short a few miles up the trail. Taking care to control her breathing, Sarah slowed her pace in the mountains overlooking Reindeer Pass, Montana, the chill of spring long since chased away by her exertion. Layers were the key in a climate like this, and she'd pulled off her thin zip-up coat at least 5 miles ago. The base layer she wore underneath was plenty, and sweat still dripped down her face and back in the way making her feel most alive. Slowing her cadence a little more, Sarah focused on gratitude for the view around her. The trees had started leafing out after a long and cold winter. The creek just down the mountain trickled over rocks and felled logs to create a song all its own. The sky seemed endless, calling to its creator in an act of worship as her physical body did the same in its exertion. Nothing felt quite like it. Running was her safe place. It had been ever since she was a little girl and joined the running club at her elementary school to delay going home a few more hours. The PE teacher had shown her what it meant to love running, and her high school track coach taught her the fundamentals to keep her doing it for decades to come. Somewhere along the way, it became her time to pray, her time to listen to what the Lord was trying to tell her, and time to dissolve into the sounds of the woods around her. Honestly, for Sarah, there was no choice but to lace up her shoes and push her body to its brink. Some folks in town might think she was crazy to go out on 15 and 20-mile runs for fun, but in the running community, there was a long-standing joke about those who logged the kinds of trail miles she did were just running from their ghosts. If she thought about it too much, she'd have to agree. The blood on her leg dried as the dense woods began to clear and the street she called home most of her life came into view. Calling it home might seem odd when she'd only actually lived there since her grandmother passed away and left her the house in her early 20s, but she'd used any excuse she could for her entire childhood to spend time at the cozy cottage overlooking the town below. Reindeer Pass was like a cross between a gingerbread town and a storybook village, laid out in such a way one could almost feel the warmth of its glow on cold winter nights. It was a ski resort town, packed to the gills from November to March, but her favorite views were in the spring and summer. As a child, she and Nana would sit on the cottage's back porch and sip steaming mugs of hot cocoa in the winter and iced tea in the summer. Nana told her all about stories from her childhood, growing up the only daughter of a wealthy businessman who gave it all up for the love of a backwoods lumberjack, and for a moment, Sarah could let out a breath of release. Of course, the fact Micah and Felicity Cain had grown up across the street from the cottage had helped, but she'd have preferred the quiet safety of Nana's place regardless. Hopping over one last route, Sarah adjusted her gait to the paved road as she closed the rest of the distance to her cottage. On one side of the road, the side her house sat on, one could lose their breath at the beauty of the view. Intentionally slowing her pace and her breathing, Sarah brought her heart rate back down, coming to a walk a few hundred yards from her home. As she always did, she'd stretch in the yard before removing her muddy shoes on the front porch. Her running shoe collection, one Micah teased her about mercilessly but also enabled every birthday and Christmas, sat in a metal shoe rack on her covered front porch. At any given time, she had at least 10 pairs to choose from, though most of them were far past their prime. The sight of Micah getting out of his black truck in his driveway gave Sarah an idea of what time it was, as did the setting sun over the valley below. As always, the sight of her longtime best friend brought a smile to her face, at least until she noticed the scowl on his as he looked down at her leg. Get in a fight with a bear? Rolling her eyes, Sarah realized the lowered adrenaline after her run meant the gash stung a little more than it had a moment before. You should see the bear. She adjusted her route to his driveway instead of hers, the stains on his blue scrubs indicative it had been a long day. Seems like I'm not the only one who got in a fight. Eyebrow raised, she knew good and well he couldn't tell her any details about what happened with Patience, but it was always funny to goad him anyway. You really should stop letting Mrs. Peabody bully you. Janice Peabody was a town menace, mean as she was old, and came into the clinic at least twice a month with some sort of horrible disease she'd self-diagnosed, which turned out to just be nothing more than heartburn, a headache, or a pulled muscle. Of course, Micah never told her any of this, as doctor/patient laws prohibited it, but Mrs. Peabody wasn't subtle about her medical misadventures. Scrub streaked with multiple body fluids Sarah didn't even want to imagine the contents of. Micah ran a hand through his dirty blonde hair. Despite the mess, Sarah would always think him the most handsome man in Reindeer Pass. Why in the world he didn't have a wife and 2.5 children by now was beyond her. Let's just say I earned my paycheck today, he said with a tired smirk. If you'll let me get changed, I'll take a look at your leg. Knowing better than to argue after this many years of friendship, Sarah shrugged. Your call, but I'll warn you my feet probably stink to high heavens after running. Unfortunately, she was only half joking. I stepped in a puddle or two on my way up. Now, it was Micah's turn to roll his eyes. Of course you did, and I assume you left your phone at home like you always do? Long past feeling guilty about it, Sarah grinned. Of course. Why spoil a good run with being constantly reachable? It was a rhetorical question, and she knew it. He'd argued until he was blue in the face about how she needed to take her phone with her, but running was her safe space. It was healing to her, and something about a connection to the outside world dampened her freedom. She compromised with him by letting him or her boss, Becca, know what trails she'd be on before she left, but that was the most she'd agreed to. Whether he'd placed GPS trackers in all her shoes, she had no idea, but she wouldn't put it past him. He was, after all, the only family she really had left, at least, the only one who acted like it. Micah's teeth clenched together to hold back his retort, but he managed to control it. Go on inside, and I'll get you fixed up in a few minutes. Try not to bleed on my carpet, I just had it cleaned. His smirk might be even more charming than his full-faced smile. Whether it was his strong jawline, his eyes the color of the chocolate ganache she'd long ago perfected at the bakery, or simply the security she felt in his calm presence, Sarah had always begrudged how so much charm had all been given to one man. It really wasn't fair, and she wasn't any more immune to it than any other woman, but she knew there was no way they could go there. Their friendship might have begun 25 years ago thanks to her hitting it off with his little sister, Felicity, but they'd long ago passed the point of friends into family she needed more than she needed to breathe. I'll do my best, Doc. With a mock salute, she pushed past him into his 3-bedroom brick house, which was nearly twice as big as hers. He could have afforded more, but when his parents moved to California to be closer to Felicity and her daughter, Annie, after she unexpectedly became a single mother, he'd offered to purchase the house outright. Whatever his motivations for doing so, it wasn't really any of her business. It wasn't like he needed a huge house anyway, not as a single man on his own. Plus, as she stepped over the threshold and took in the dated but comforting design of the house and felt the gash on her leg growing more painful, it worked out well for her. Micah applied the bandage to Sarah's leg before removing his latex gloves in a routine he'd done more times than he could count. Thankfully, there were only a couple of splinters in there, and they came out without any fuss. Come back over tomorrow, and I'll redress it for you. I can do it myself, Sarah said as she hopped off the laminate countertops his mother had chosen 2 years before they moved. Her bare feet, only partially as smelly as she'd let on, hit the white tile kitchen floor and she reached up to tighten her ponytail. Thanks for the house call. What do I owe you? It was a bit she'd been doing since he'd returned from New York after medical school and started working in the clinic. Every time she got sick and he took care of her, every time she fell running and needed to have the wound dressed, when she'd broken her arm over Christmas, he'd always taken care of it and she would ask what she owed. Not that he ever charged her, of course. Only your undying devotion and a plate of chocolate chip cookies. You got it, she replied with a wink. Her blonde hair looked darker due to the sweat from her long run, and her cheeks still blushed pink from the exertion. I may throw in some of the bear claws Hannah taught us how to make from her bakery down in Magnolia Island. Those things are amazing. Actually, I think I have one over at the house if you want to try one. Why doesn't that surprise me? Sarah's sweet tooth was about the only thing to match her love of running, but Micah could understand on both fronts. She'd grown up uncertain where her next meal would come from far too often for his liking, and running had been the first time she ever felt strong. As much as he hated that it so often ended with her bruised or injured, it was part of her in a way few would understand. He ran too, but his was mostly to maintain fitness and work off excess energy. For Sarah, it felt like a lifeline. He followed her out the door and across the street with her carrying her wet shoes and socks as she walked, completely unbothered by the gravel beneath her feet. He'd changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt for his own run, though he mostly stuck to roads and didn't go nearly as many miles as she did. Watching her rack her running shoes amongst her comically large collection, his smile turned to a frown as he watched her turn the doorknob and waltz right in the house. Still not locking your doors? I thought the code lock solved your issue of not carrying keys while you run. Reindeer Pass was small and mostly safe, especially up here in the mountains, but it wasn't completely crime-free. Not even turning to face him, she shrugged as she led them into the kitchen. I told you the code lock wasn't necessary. I've never had a single issue up here, and neither have you. Besides, if I locked my doors, what would you have to gripe at me about? Grabbing a clear bakery box off her counter, Sarah whipped around to face him with a grin to cut through even the darkest clouds. Bear claw? Just as she handed him the box, her phone rang from the countertop where she'd left it before her run. As she answered, he popped open the lid to the box and took a bite of the gooey, sweet creation. Okay, she was right, this was delicious. Hannah Cochran was an interesting and charming young woman who'd come to town during Christmas to help Becca and Sarah out at the bakery through their busy season and ended up coming on full time. She was a natural baker, and she'd helped Becca clinch the victory of the Mistletoe Magic baking competition despite sabotage attempts, but that wasn't why Micah liked her so much. No, it was the fact that she and Becca had shown grace to the people who had been responsible for the sabotage and held no ill will towards them. Plus she was unapologetically herself despite being more than a little quirky. Hannah and Micah's friend, Jace, had fallen in love during her first few months in town, and it wouldn't surprise him if Jace proposed before Christmas rolled around again. Micah was jarred back into the present by the color draining from Sarah's face as she spoke to whoever it was on the other line. Oh. Do you know when? Her eyes misted in a way Micah hadn't seen her do since they were children, as his normally stoic best friend let out all her emotions out running. Okay, thank you. No, I'm fine. You don't need to refer me to a therapist.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Thanks again. As she hung up, Micah tossed the bear claw box onto the counter and crossed the distance between them in 2 strides. Her shoulders started to shake, her pupils dilating as she clenched her fists at her side. Sarah, what's wrong? Who was that? He wrapped his arms around her, doing his best to absorb some of her stress and give her some of his calm. Tell me, please. His voice cracked on the last word, but seeing her like this tore his heart out. If he knew who the enemy was, he could fix it for her, but not until he knew. With Sarah and the past she had, there were far too many possibilities to guess. It's my father. That was the victims' advocacy organization on the phone. They called her every year to update her on her father's parole status, as he'd been serving a 50-year sentence for child abuse and a laundry list of drug charges. Micah had only seen the man once or twice, as Sarah had only been 7 when he was put away. What about him? He rubbed his hand up and down her back, breathing deeply to slow his own racing heart. Her whole body shook even harder, her voice soft and timid. He's being released early. Chapter 2. Sarah placed another donut in the fryer the next morning at work, praying the use of all 5 of her senses would help dull the anxiety bubbling since the night before. The Reindeer Pass Bakery had been her first and only job, Becca having hired her shortly after she turned 16. It had only been a few hours a week then, but it had been yet another means of delaying going home. Not to mention, Becca became more like a big sister than a boss, far more invested in Sarah's life and dreams than her mother ever had been. At the moment, Becca leaned against the counter and watched Sarah with concern. But they don't know when he'll be released? Mixer's whirred in the background, lulling Sarah into a sense of familiarity despite the topic of conversation. The kitchen itself was fairly standard for a bakery of their size. It had industrial equipment to make things easier, as well as an office where Becca kept the dinosaur computer she fought with roughly once a month. Her husband kept begging her to replace it, but it did everything they needed it to do. As for the front, it was the stuff bakery dreams were made of. The wall behind the brightly lit pastry cases was exposed brick, and their 17-year-old cashier, Rainey James, had turned their chalkboard special boards into works of art. The back wall was painted green with their logo, and the counter was some version of a sealed butcher block. Tables and chairs, normally at least half full, dotted the open space, as well as the front porch when it was warm enough to eat outside. The last wall was Sarah's favorite, though. Years ago, Becca had commissioned a mural from a local artist who'd taken the relatively boring wall and created a masterpiece of baked goods that were Reindeer Pass bakery staples. The whole place was special, and it had been there for Sarah many times throughout the years whenever the hard truths of her life had started to wear on her. Flipping one of the donuts with tongs, Sarah shook her head. No, but it will probably be within the next few weeks. Overcrowding and good behavior, they said. The bakery wouldn't open for 2 more hours, but Sarah had always loved the morning shift. Baking in the quiet before folks got moving, the smells and sounds of the food coming together, sampling a bite or two along the way, it gave her an entirely different peace than running did. Becca held up a platter to hold the donuts while she glazed them. I'm so sorry. He won't hurt you again. If he shows up here, we'll have Jace run him out of town. Jace wasn't only the chief of police and Hannah's boyfriend, he was also Becca's younger brother. I'm serious, Sarah. You're ours, and we'll do what we need to keep you safe. Micah had said basically the same thing, though it wasn't Jace he promised would run her father out. As gentle and caring as Micah Cain was most of the time, he'd always been protective of her and Felicity. I know. I don't think I'm afraid of him hurting me again. I guess I'm not really sure what I'm afraid of. Still, the knowledge she'd found a family with these people, none of which were actually blood related to her, warmed her with gratitude. And it was true, she wasn't afraid of him physically. After she'd received the phone call, Micah warned her she might have nightmares about the event that put her father in prison, but she hadn't. Sarah didn't even really remember it, but his lengthy sentence had more to do with prior drug and assault convictions than the abuse itself. It hadn't helped that he'd been charged with 2 counts of abuse because of her mother's injuries as well. She'd only been 7 when he went to prison, and all she remembered was a tumble down the stairs and waking up in the hospital with a concussion and 2 broken bones in her arm. Her mother had received bruises that night as well, so it had been a pretty open and shut case. Has he ever contacted you? Nope. Mom said he told her we were as good as dead to him, so I'm not sure why he'd bother coming back here for me now. At least, she hoped he wouldn't. If he blamed her for being put away, would he come back to get revenge? Micah's installing security cameras at my house this weekend, as well as an alarm he's been bugging me to get for years, so I should be okay. Micah had stayed for hours last night after she got the phone call from the victims' advocacy folks. He'd ordered from the one and only sushi restaurant in town and followed her lead entirely on whether she wanted to talk out her fears or forget about the whole thing for a while with some bad reality television. After they'd watched 2 episodes of a particularly awful season of a dating show, they'd each downed far more Rocky Road ice cream than would be considered healthy before he went home. Somehow, his presence had dulled the anxiety even before he promised he'd install the security system. Becca's eyebrow raised, and for the first time since Sarah began her story, she smirked a little. Of course he is. Micah's always there to save the day for you, isn't he? Her boss had beaten the drum for the 2 of them to date for years, but she didn't really understand all of Sarah's reasons why that could never happen. Not to mention, Micah had gone on a date the week before with an incredibly kind and pretty nurse from the county hospital. Harper Romano was a tall and willowy dark-haired beauty who lived in town and even attended church with them. Not a single person had a bad thing to say about her, and it had both made Sarah happy and cut her to the quick they'd gone out. She hadn't asked how the date went, too chicken to work up the courage, and he hadn't volunteered the information. You know, Sarah said without looking up from the fryer where she dropped a new batch of donuts. You'd think a grown woman with a husband, a child, and a thriving bakery would have more to worry about than speculating on my love life. Before Becca could respond, Micah's deep voice sounded from the doorway into the kitchen. You have a love life? Hannah stood behind him, her face a mask of guilt as she held up her keys. Clad in his light blue scrubs and clinic name tag, Micah sauntered over to the plate of newly glazed donuts and took one with a smirk. Red here let me in when she got here. Who's the lucky guy? Oh, good, so at least he hadn't heard Becca mention him by name. Oh, I've got them lining up out the door for me most days. Mr. Peterson may have broken my heart for Hannah, but I'm sure I'll find another sweet old man soon enough. Mr. Peterson, the widower who'd come in most every day for as long as Sarah had been working there, was one of the kindest men she'd ever known. He always came armed with a compliment to whoever served him his daily scone and coffee, as well as a large tip. Micah pulled a $10 bill out of his pocket and tossed it on the front counter of the bakery. Fair enough. Figured I'd come by and check on you before I go to work. Guess it's divine intervention that I ran into Hannah since you guys haven't opened yet. Beside him, Hannah snorted. Run into me? You basically chased me down on the sidewalk and begged me to let you in. She shrugged, tucking her strawberry blonde hair behind her ear. Muggings are 4 times more likely to happen in cities rather than small towns, not to mention they usually happen in the evenings. Otherwise, I may have pulled out the taser Jace got me. Hannah's affinity for random facts and statistics was one of the quirks Sarah loved most about her. Since she'd arrived in Reindeer Pass in late November, the young woman had come into her own, and her confidence had blossomed. Baking seemed to do for her what running did for Sarah, and everyone needed something like that. Not to mention, her chief of police boyfriend, Jace, absolutely adored her as she was. Were it not for the fact Sarah never had any intention of dating again, she might be jealous. Well, Micah said, on that note, I think I'll be going before I get tossed. His brown eyes found Sarah's, the question in them clear without saying a word. At her nod and hopefully reassuring smile, he waved to the rest of them. You ladies have a nice day, and try not to let anyone burn themselves on the fryer. Our burn cream is backordered, and I'd really rather not mix any up myself. As the bell above the door jingled to signal he'd left, both Hannah and Becca turned their attention to her. It appears I've missed something, Hannah said as she pulled her apron over her head. Who's going to fill me in? All right, Lawson, Micah said as he finished stitching up the gash in the precocious 6-year-old's forehead. What are we going to do the next time we go on the monkey bars? The little boy, adorable despite his propensity for accidents, shrugged his shoulders. Not do a flip? His mother, Jane, placed her head in her hands with a groan. He's going to give me a head full of gray hair. He's had more visits to your office than all my other kids combined. A well-seasoned mother of 3 older boys, Jane hadn't expected the baby of the family to throw her for such a loop. He was in the doctor's office at least every other month for some scrape he'd been solely responsible for. Chuckling, Micah placed his hand on Lawson's shoulder. How about this, buddy? Let's not do flips off of anything for a while unless you're flipping into a body of water. Give your mom a break, huh? Looking a little embarrassed but in no way willing to commit to being more careful, Lawson just grinned. Finishing up, Micah gave Jane some instructions before sending them to the front desk with their checkout slip, then pulling his phone from his pocket. No texts, not that he'd really been expecting any. Sarah Quinn was nothing if not independent, mostly because she'd had to be. For years, her grandmother had really been the only stable influence in her life despite her mother being physically present after her father went to prison. That kind of thing messes with a child, as did the events which led to Nathan Quinn going to jail in the first place. He could and had read all the books he wanted on developmental psychology, but someone with a stable, loving home would never fully understand what someone like Sarah had gone through. He couldn't regret going to New York for medical school and residency, as it had allowed him to come home and help the people of Reindeer Pass in the way he'd always dreamed. Still, leaving Sarah had been harder than he ever would have expected. He'd gone to college close by, and that's when their relationship had really grown from little sister's friend to best friends in their own right. Especially once Felicity went to Elderday, after high school graduation, they'd become closer than he ever imagined. Even through her early 20s, when Sarah had gone off the rails for a while in an attempt to dull some of the pain ultimately only Jesus could heal, they'd remained close through daily phone calls and thousands of text messages. It had gutted him to listen to her telling him about the dates she'd been on with absolute losers, but she'd never listened when he'd begged her to slow down. Ultimately, it had to be her decision to cut all that off, and it had only happened when she'd finally surrendered to the Lord. The whitewashed walls of the clinic blended in with the doors painted the same color, gold room numbers and charts hanging in plastic bins outside each one. He had a whole slate full of patients, and he didn't have time to get distracted worrying about Sarah. Unfortunately, it didn't appear he'd have much choice, so he sent a text to check on her. Micah, hey, you still doing okay? I'm sure Becca would let you off today if you needed a day to yourself. The 3 dots indicating she had opened the text and was responding loosened the knot in his gut just a little. Sarah, I'm fine. Honestly, it's better for me to be here anyway. It keeps me busy, and I'll still have time to go on a run later to clear my head. Don't you have some hero stuff to do? Kittens to save or something? Micah, you do know I'm a human doctor, right? Not a vet? Sarah, I was thinking more firefighter saving them from trees, but sure that works too. Micah, do me a favor? Take your phone with you. Keep it turned off or whatever, have some way to contact help if you need it. Or at least let me go with you. I get off at 5 today. He'd done his best over the years not to nag too much about it, but the idea of her father being freed from prison had him on high alert about every threat she might encounter. It had been a massive overstep to call Jace last night and give him a heads up about Sarah's dad, but he couldn't bring himself to feel a lick of guilt over it. Sarah, think you can keep up with me? Getting cocky in your old age, Cain. Micah, I'll bring an AED. The 3 dots appeared almost immediately, signaling she was in the process of writing back. He'd planned to go out for a run after work anyway, but they didn't normally run together. He'd have been happy to, but running was her alone time. The fact she hadn't immediately shot him down told him just how out of sorts she was about the whole thing. Sarah, fine, but be ready at 5:30 sharp or I'll leave you.
Wink.
With a grin, Micah pocketed his cell phone and pulled the chart from the next patient's room. Mrs. Liza Jane Proctor was 92 years old and had a list of ailments the size of a cookbook. Her medical alert bracelets alone jingled together when she walked, but he'd never met a woman more joyful than she was. A 2-time cancer survivor, osteoarthritis fighter, and diabetic to boot, she still managed to get out in her garden most days to piddle, as she called it. Knocking lightly on the door before opening it, Micah couldn't help but smile. Something about this woman would forever lift his spirits. Well, who do we have here? He shut the door behind him and matched Mrs. Proctor's warm smile with his own. If it isn't my favorite patient. Chapter 3. Sarah glanced at her watch as she bent for a stretch in her front yard, impatient to get going. The weather was perfect, high 60s and sunny, and the mountain wildflowers had come out to play. She was hydrated, she had her gel packs for fueling, and her nervous energy had her fidgeting all day despite being on her feet anyway. 10 more minutes, Cain, she muttered to herself. I meant it when I said I'd leave you. Honestly, Sarah enjoyed running with Micah when they could work out their schedules. Running was a solitary experience for her most of the time, but occasional runs with the one person who knew her better than anyone else in the world were more welcome than she let on. It didn't hurt he would forever be one of the most handsome men she'd ever met. The mail truck rattled down the street, Ms. Deidre waving as she stopped in front of Sarah's yard. Headed out for a run? She'd been the mail lady as long as Sarah could remember, and she often passed her on the road. Sure am. You got any big checks for me? The twinkling in the woman's eye contrasted prettily with her ebony skin. If I do, you mind sharing some? She placed a couple of envelopes in Sarah's mailbox. Deal. As Ms. Deidre drove off to the next house, Sarah headed towards the mailbox to check that none of it was an overdue bill or something. She did her best to keep up with her bills, but now and again one would slip through the cracks. Late fees made her madder than most anything, so she thumbed through the envelopes and brochures. Nothing looked out of place until the last envelope caught her eye. It had no return address, but the scrawled handwriting clearly wasn't junk mail. Curiosity piqued, Sarah slid a finger under the seal and pulled out a piece of notebook paper as her blood ran cold. "It's time." That was all it said, but what wasn't written was more terrifying than the words on the page. It had to be her father, right? Who else would have it out for her? She'd mostly flown under the radar through school, forgoing college for lack of funds. She knew of no one in town who had issues with her, and she barely spoke to most of her family since her grandmother left her the house. Neither of her mother's brothers had ever set foot in town as long as she'd been alive, but for some reason they decided Nana's house belonged to them upon her death. Still, they'd both moved on and simply went back to acting as though she never existed. One lived in Seattle and the other in Austin, last she knew, doing well enough for themselves. No, surely this had to be Dad. The bubbling anxiety building for the last 2 days put a lump in her throat, and sweat beaded on her forehead despite not having even started her run yet. Before she could get control of herself, Micah's truck appeared at the end of the street, rolling her way as though he didn't have only 8 minutes until their agreed upon time. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. She wasn't defenseless, and she wouldn't cower to any man ever again. During the disastrous third date that had resulted in her complete 180-degree turn at 23, she'd proven she could fight back when she needed to. Balling the note up in her fist, Sarah shoved the fear into one of her admittedly unhealthy but highly convenient boxes inside her brain. Her therapist had called it a trauma response, the ability to compartmentalize her demons the way she did, but it worked for the time being. Micah's voice cut through her thoughts as he hopped out of his truck. "I'll be ready in 2 minutes. Don't leave without me." He raised a brow at her even as he backed towards his front door. "I'm serious, Sarah." Chuckling, worry about the letter firmly inside her tidy little box, Sarah lifted her watch again. 5:30 on the dot, buddy. Let's go. Truly, she didn't plan to leave him now she knew he was there, but it was always fun to pick at Micah. He was always so serious, especially when it came to her safety, probably because Felicity was too far away to smother. But honestly, she didn't mind. Micah and Becca had shown during her adulthood that not only did some people stick around, but they could also actually be healthy people. Becca's gentle discipleship from the absolute basics of Christianity had built Sarah's faith to a place she almost forgot she'd never stepped foot in a church before her 20s. As for Micah, he was the only man in her life who showed her men weren't all the same. As she shoved the stack of mail and balled-up note back in her mailbox to worry about later, Micah's front door opened again. He wore a gray DRI-fit short sleeve that showed off both his broad chest and muscular arms. His shorts, black basketball length, were the same color as his simple black running shoes she'd been after him to replace for at least 6 months. There was no way he hadn't topped the mileage out on them, but he said not everyone needed a shoe collection to rival a professional athlete. Finally, she called as he jogged over to her yard and snapped his running vest to hold his own water and fuel packs. "I was beginning to think you chickened out. How far are we going today?" Sarah shrugged. "I don't know. Figured we'd start with a warm-up down to the park trails, and we can run until you get too tired." She winked, knowing good and well he could keep up with her for at least 12 miles. After that, he could when he pushed, but his solo runs didn't have him racking up quite the mileage hers did. Then again, he wasn't trying to silence the voices of his past. Childhood and young adult trauma wasn't something she'd wish on anyone, but it was useful for creating grit. "I'll try to go easy on you." "Do you think you'll go on the Young Professionals campout in a few weeks?" Micah asked. They'd been running for a couple of miles and had entered the national park where they'd do the bulk of their run, but the pace was manageable for talking. "Probably," Sarah said. "Hannah wants to go, and I get the sense she's more of an indoor girl. Could be fun to introduce her to the woods." It was true. As brilliant as Hannah was, she came from a little island off the Carolinas. From what Jace had told Micah, she'd enjoyed all the outdoor activities he'd taken her to do, but they were all new. "Are you?" "Planning on it, but I'll have to make sure I'm not scheduled to be on call." They'd recently hired a nurse practitioner named Teresa to take some of the responsibility off of Micah. She was truly a godsend, as she'd worked the bulk of her career in pediatrics in addition to having 4 children of her own. He still did plenty of work with the families in town, but it freed him up a little to spend more time with their adult patients. They ran in comfortable silence for a while, the gentle cadence of their feet on the trail the only sound. The woods surrounded them, a gentle climb up the mountain before the elevation would really shift. Micah had started to let his mind wander again when Sarah's voice broke the relative silence. "How was your date with Harper?" Her voice was a little unsteady, but that could be due to the run. "I don't think you ever told me." "You never asked." He snorted a little at Sarah's eye roll, but continued speaking. "It was good. We actually went on 3 dates." She was quiet for a moment, and he wished he could see her expression. "Oh wow, I didn't realize that. So, you're dating now?" Was that a touch of jealousy he heard in her voice, or was it wishful thinking on his part? "No, she's as kind as everyone thinks she is, but I didn't feel any spark there. I'm not looking for fireworks, but Harper wasn't it for me." Could she read between the lines, or would she remain as oblivious as she'd always been to his feelings for her? Wow. "I mean, I'm sorry it didn't work out." He'd known her long enough to know there was more she could say but chose not to. Thankfully, the two of them crested the hill before a clearing with a few picnic tables and bathrooms. Sarah slowed to a walk before jerking her head towards the restrooms. "I'll be right back." Was it him, or was something off with her? He took a moment to stretch, heading over to the scenic overlook that provided a view of both the town and more mountains in the distance. His relationship with Sarah was often frustrating, as it felt like he was forever a hamster in a wheel. She wasn't dating anyone else, but he knew good and well she wouldn't date him either. Jace had encouraged him to go out with Harper, but Micah had known before they went on the first date there was no way she'd make him forget about Sarah. He turned and saw Sarah had surfaced from the bathroom, but she studied some sort of flyer pinned to the corkboard. Jogging over to the wood-slat bathrooms, he noticed a bevy of lost pet posters, roommate listings, and a couple of 5K races. The one Sarah read was larger, with intimidating-looking print atop an illustrated mountain background. "Find yourself a pet?" "Not quite. There's an ultramarathon coming up soon to benefit the Women's and Children's Shelter in Fairfield. 50 miles through the mountains." Her eyes lit up as she turned to face him, a slow grin spreading across her face. "I want to do it." Of course she did. 50 miles? How long until the race? She regularly ran 20-mile runs, but 50 was a whole other ballgame. Technically, an ultramarathon was any race over the 26.2-mile distance of a standard marathon. They ran as low as 30 miles and as high as 200. To be honest, the ultra-running folks both fascinated him and made him shake his head. As his father would say, anyone who would do that must have a screw loose somewhere. "It's in August, so I think I could be ready." It was only late May now, so she was probably right. How in the world Sarah didn't get injured more often than she did was beyond him, but some folks' bodies were built for endurance sports. Hers was one of them. "If not, I can always back out, and my registration fee will go to a good cause." That was true, and it didn't escape him how personal the cause was to her. "I'm not telling you not to, but are you sure this isn't a reaction to your dad getting out of prison?" She shrugged, not offended apparently. "So what if it is? There are worse coping mechanisms than running for a day or two in the woods. Can you take a picture of the flyer for me? I want to register when I get home." Micah sighed, pulling his phone from his pocket because she never had hers with her. "Fine, but I'm only sending this to you if you agree to carry some sort of communication device with you when you run. Your phone would be best, but I'll buy you a walkie-talkie or something if you want to be stubborn." When she opened her mouth to object, Micah held up his hand. "I'm serious, Sarah. Training for this race is going to mean a whole bunch of hours in the woods by yourself. I'll run with you when I can, but I can't be there every time. You can even put it on Do Not Disturb so no one bothers you." He hadn't drawn this line in the sand before, but the idea of an ultramarathon tipped him over the edge. Sarah's eyes narrowed, but he waited out the inner debate she was having. Why can't you be like Becca and gripe at me about it, but understand I'm a grown woman who makes my own choices? If only he could tell her how clear he was on her status as a grown woman. Reaching up, he swatted back a wasp buzzing next to her head, allowing his fingers to brush her cheek on the way back down. Her slight intake of breath was the only indication she noticed as she waited for his answer. You mean more to me than you know, Sarah Quinn, and I won't lose you because you're too stubborn to be able to call for help. Please, for me, carry your phone. She was quiet for another long breath before sighing in defeat. Fine, but never let it be said I can't compromise. And also, you owe me. Tightening her ponytail, Sarah smiled and showed off the dimple that made her look absolutely adorable. What do I owe you? Sarah took off towards the trail, leaving him to sprint to catch up to her. Calling over her shoulder, there was mischief in her voice as she spoke. I'm not sure yet, but I'll think of something. Chapter 4. Sarah took a deep breath and hit the enter button on her keyboard. It was 20 minutes before she had to head to her shift at the bakery, and she'd finished filling out the application and paying the registration fee for the race. It was a little daunting, if she was being honest, to read through the release she had to sign. Of course, a race that long had to come with extra risks, but seeing it in black and white almost had her rethinking her decision. Almost. Something about the idea of pushing past her limits in such a challenging race was an opportunity she couldn't pass up, and seeing the confirmation page pop up gave her jitters she hadn't felt about an opportunity in a while. Sarah moved into the kitchen and heard a ping on her phone, another sign she'd successfully registered. It was the confirmation email from the race organizers, and it had extra information about crews for the race. In an ultra, most runners would come with folks who accrue for them, usually a group of friends who'd have their food, water, electrolytes, fresh socks, etc. ready to go. They stayed at a specific point or traveled in a vehicle from point to point, depending on how the race was set up. Snapping a quick screenshot of the race confirmation email, Sarah sent it to Micah, Hannah, and Becca. Sarah, who's ready to join my crew? Becca, seriously? 50 miles? Are you crazy? But actually, I've always wanted to crew a race like this and Matt won't agree to run one, so I definitely want in. Sarah chuckled. Becca's husband, Matt, was a former special ops, more than capable of training for an ultra if he wanted to. She didn't blame him for not doing it, though. Marathons were about the furthest distance most runners were willing to go. Sarah, welcome to the team. Anyone else? Hannah, I have no idea what any of this means, but I'm in. As long as I don't actually have to do any running. I can bring snacks. Jace can help too if he isn't working that day. Micah, you know I'm in. And I still say this is a little nuts. Sarah, what's life if not a series of nutty decisions? Thanks guys, I'll get more info to everyone soon. As she pulled her mid-length hair into a ponytail, Sarah's phone began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, she groaned. Mom. They barely spoke anymore, and she only saw the woman once or twice a year at most. At least, they only spoke that often as long as Mom wasn't drinking again. She'd gotten on and off the wagon of sobriety more times than Sarah could count over the years, and drinking meant she also made awful financial decisions. Unwilling to have a conversation right now, Sarah pressed ignore before grabbing her keys to head out the door. Micah had installed the alarm system over the weekend, and she'd taken to locking her doors 9 times out of 10. Old habits died hard, but the news of her father's pending release from prison had her spooked. Not to mention, the note she'd received the other day would send her into a panic if she let it. But she hadn't received any more, so she'd almost convinced herself it was some sort of weird prank. It's time. What did that even mean? It wasn't technically even threatening, and had the news about her father not been so fresh, she'd have likely assumed it was one of her friends messing with her. Whatever it was, she shoved it back into the mental box inside her brain, the one she'd developed over years of needing to compartmentalize to survive, and hopped in her car. The bakery was crowded for a Tuesday afternoon. Spring had begun to fade into summer, and the regional tourists who came for mountain hiking, biking, and peaceful getaways had started to descend. It would be nowhere near as crowded as winter, but business stayed pretty good through the season. With a wave to Rainey, the high school girl Becca hired to help man the cash register, Sarah pulled her apron over her head. "You're good to go, sister. I'm here now." At that moment, Sarah realized Rainey's cheeks were pink and her eyes were swollen. She turned away with a sniff when Sarah took a gentle hold of her arm. "Hey, you okay? What's going on, and do you need me to help you hide a body?" She winked, hoping to cheer the girl up a little, but Sarah had always had a soft spot for her. Rainey was the same age Sarah had been when she'd started to spiral off the deep end when it came to unhealthy coping mechanisms. She had a much healthier home life than Sarah did, but that didn't mean her life was perfect. No one's was. Rainey blew her nose into a tissue and shook her head. "Carson broke up with me for Samantha Pate. It's the week before prom, what am I supposed to do?" From what Sarah could remember, they'd only been dating since March, but Rainey had really been looking forward to the dance, held later in the spring due to the threat of snow in April. "Oh, Rain, I'm so sorry." Sarah pulled her into a hug, thankful there were only a few patrons in at the moment. "It is absolutely his loss." To be honest, prom wasn't a great memory for Sarah. She and her mother had gotten into a fight before she left, and her date was definitely too old for her. She'd gotten drunk at an after-party and only had the wherewithal to call Felicity after she threw up in her date's '87 Camaro. He'd more or less kicked her out on the side of the road, and her trusty flip phone came to her rescue when Felicity and Micah drove up a few minutes later. Micah had been in college, but home for a summer internship at the clinic, and Felicity had already gone home for the night like the good girl she was. To their credit though, neither Cain sibling had made her feel worse about an already bad situation. Micah drove them both to a 24-hour diner in the next town over, Sarah still in her prom dress, and made her eat enough eggs, sausage, and waffles to sop up as much of the alcohol as she could. 2 bottles of water and an ibuprofen later, she felt almost human enough to go home. At least she hadn't gotten caught. Mom wasn't really the type of mother to wait up when Sarah had gone out. As for Rainey, she didn't envy that situation either. "It is his loss, and I want you to remember that." Rainey sniffed again, grabbing a chocolate chip cookie from the case. "But what am I going to do? I can't go alone, and my dress is amazing." "Who says you can't go alone? Not only are you going to go alone and have the time of your life, but you're also going to look the most beautiful you ever have and make him regret the day he chose to treat you like you're disposable." "You're not, but if you don't believe it, he won't either." The hypocrisy coming from her wasn't lost on Sarah, particularly when she considered the guys she'd dated in her late teens and early 20s, but she was long past that part of her life. She squeezed Rainey's shoulder once more before releasing her. Rainey was tough, and it wasn't like Carson had been the great love of her life, but her heart went out to the girl nonetheless. "You really think I should go alone? I won't just look like some loser who couldn't get a date. Go alone, and don't give Carson a second thought. You showed me a picture of your dress. He's going to regret ever giving Samantha Pate the time of day." She didn't make a habit of blaming the other woman for situations in which the guy was the only one in a relationship, but this was a special case. Your worth is so much more than a guy. If only she'd known that at Rainey's age, so much of what broke her might have been prevented. Thankfully, God was good with broken pieces, and he had a way of putting them back together even better than they'd been before. As she watched Rainey clock out and leave, Sarah breathed a prayer for wisdom for her young friend. As she did so, she added the same for herself. Wisdom and perspective had been her lifesavers in adulthood, both gifts from the Lord and the passage of time. "You headed out?" Teresa glanced up from her computer in their shared office. They only had a few patients left for the day, all of which were pediatric. "You're off tomorrow, right?" "Yep," Micah replied as he grabbed his keys from the hook by the door. "But call me if things get crazy here. I'm always available." Teresa grinned, her expression similar to one his mother made from time to time. "One day, you'll settle down with some nice girl, and you won't be quite so free with your time. Boundaries are a good thing, Micah." The image of a dark blonde beauty flashed in his mind, as did that of her pushing a stroller out on a run with their child chowing down from the snack tray. Unfortunately, the image was as fleeting as the hope. Not settling down anytime soon, and when this town needs me, I'm here. That part was true enough. No matter what the Lord had in store, he'd always be available to help those who needed it. Stepping out onto the front porch of the clinic, Micah took in the sight of the mid-afternoon sun beginning its slow descent behind the mountains. Sarah had texted earlier and asked him to swing by the bakery on his way home, saying she'd figured out how he was going to repay her for carrying her phone on her runs. At least, that's what she said, but he was sure he'd have ended up helping her with whatever it was anyway. It's what they did for one another. When he'd had a pipe burst and needed to repaint the walls in 2 of his bedrooms, she'd stayed for hours that weekend until they'd painted every inch of repaired drywall. When she'd been sick with the flu last winter, he'd pushed fluids and medication to manage symptoms while making sure there was a constant stream of her favorite TV shows going. When his truck had broken down last summer on the way home from the hospital in the wee hours of the morning, she'd picked him up and driven him to the garage the next day so he could ride with Mike in the tow truck to get it. He changed the oil in her car every 4 to 6 months, and she kept him in a steady supply of baked goods he really had no business eating. They were a team, so whatever it was she'd decided would be his payment, he was sure he'd have ended up there anyway. Pulling up beside the bakery, Micah spotted Jace coming down the street with his arm around Hannah's shoulders. The 2 of them had been dating for about 6 months, ever since she arrived in Reindeer Pass to help out at the bakery for the holidays. She'd ended up having to step in for Sarah in the mistletoe magic baking competition after Sarah had broken her arm slipping on the steps outside her house. Throughout the process, Jace and Hannah had realized their feelings for each other, and his friend seemed happier than Micah had ever seen him. "Hey, lovebirds. You 2 headed to the bakery?" "Only for a minute," Jace replied. "Hannah left her phone there earlier, so we're going to pick it up before I take her to dinner." He pulled her in a little tighter and kissed her on the side of the head, something Micah had often wished he had the freedom to do to Sarah. "You guys want to join us?" "Oh." Hannah's eyes lit up, and she nodded. "Please do. It'll be so much fun. Like a double date-ish." Her cheeks pinked as she realized what she said. "I mean, not a date, but you get what I mean. Did you know the study of kissing is called philematology, and scent is an important part of the initial attraction for a potential mate?" She pressed her lips together in a thin line, eyes shutting in embarrassment. "Forget I said any of that. We'd love to have you 2 join us." Jace let out a snort of laughter, amused at his girlfriend's tendency to spout off random facts when she was nervous. Something Sarah told him Hannah had long been embarrassed about. It had boosted her confidence to know Jace found it adorable. Clearly he did, if the smile on his friend's face was any indication. "You heard the lady. We'd love to have you guys." Just then, Micah looked up the porch steps and through the window of the bakery to see a long-haired guy with a man bun and a thick beard leaning over the pastry case to try and talk to Sarah. His gut clenched a little at the guy's clear attempts at flirting, but Sarah barely seemed to notice. She handed him a cream cheese Danish and moved to the register, flipping around the screen to let him swipe his card. Instead of leaving it be, though, Man Bun was clearly shooting his shot. Jace's attention ping-ponged from Micah to the window and back again, lip quirking up in a grin. "Just text me. We're going to Paula's at 6. Now, go save your girl from Man Bun in there." It showed how similar the 2 of them were that they'd nicknamed the guy the same thing. Hannah giggled. "I like long hair on a guy as long as it comes with a beard." As Micah moved up the steps and into the bakery, he barely registered the couple's good-natured arguing about men's grooming habits, focused instead on the fact the dude had followed Hannah back to the other side of the counter where she filled a to-go coffee cup. "We'll be back in town in a week," he said as he gestured to 2 of his buddies wearing similar hiking gear and sporting large overnight backpacks. "Do you think I could get your number and call you then? You know, just to let you know no grizzlies or rogue poison ivy got us." He winked, and Micah suddenly had a ridiculous urge to deck the guy. "I'm sure if a grizzly gets you, it'll make the local news." Sarah spotted Micah by the door and smiled at him. "And there's the town doctor if you end up itchy. I'm sure he can help." It was the same thing she always did when men flirted with her, something that happened fairly often. Sarah was a beautiful woman, smart and charming, full of energy and a little sass. She could be the life of the party when she wanted to be, but she'd settled as she reached her late 20s into more of a comfortable friendliness. Since her spiral in her early 20s, he didn't know she'd dated anyone at all. She said she'd had enough of dating, and she wanted to focus on the things most important to her. He'd always suspected there was more to the story, but she'd not shared it with him. Honestly, as much as he'd never regret going to college and medical school, he'd often wondered what would have happened between the two of them if he'd stayed closer. Would she have partied as much as she did, nailing her walls up so high it would take a miracle to take them down? Man Bun took in Micah's frame, at least 3 inches and 40 pounds on his own, and appeared to take the hint. Good to know. Hopefully, we won't need either. As Man Bun and his friends gathered up their stuff to head out on what Micah assumed had to be a backpacking trip, Sarah handed him his coffee. Leaves of 3, let it be, she called to their backs before turning back to Micah. Some Seattle tech guys leaving it all behind for a week for the great outdoors. I give them 2 days before they realize backpacking out here isn't for the faint of heart. Happens to the best of us. Before I forget, Jace and Hannah invited us to dinner at Paula's at 6. Sarah poured herself her own cup of coffee before peeking her head into the kitchen to tell Becca she was leaving. Sounds good to me. I could use some of her fried chicken after this week. As she spoke, a shadow passed over her eyes. No one but him would have noticed, but he waited until she'd stepped through the door he held open for her and out onto the porch before he spoke. How are you doing with everything? Really? He could always tell when she lied, mostly because she wasn't very good at it. I'm trying not to dwell on the bad stuff. Sarah shrugged and leaned forward, resting her head on his chest as he wrapped his arms around her. They hugged with some regularity, but Micah always hoped she couldn't hear his racing pulse at the proximity. I'm emotionally tired, hence the race. Pressing his lips to her hair the way he'd seen Jace do earlier with Hannah, Micah felt her body tense slightly before relaxing again. You want to exhaust yourself physically so you don't have to think about the emotional stuff. It wasn't the healthiest coping mechanism, but it was one of many she'd developed over the years to help her survive. Now, tell me exactly what I'm going to be helping you with in payment for you carrying your phone. I draw the line at a kissing booth at the end of summer celebration. She pulled back, knowing good and well that was something she'd rope him into. Sarah had a knack for planning events and often helped the mayor's office with smaller town ones. No, but that's a great idea actually. She was teasing, that much was clear. What would she say if he agreed only if she'd be his first customer? He could only imagine the shock her expressive face would show. It would raise a ton of money for charity, but that's not your payment. The trail cleanup event is coming up after we get back from the camping trip, and you're going to help me plan it. Chapter 5. Wait, Hannah said from across the booth as the 4 of them waited on their orders at Paula's. You're excited about a park cleanup? I'll help, of course, it just seems like something you do for the cause rather than the fun. It was Hannah's first summer in Reindeer Pass, so she hadn't yet had the privilege of coming to a cleanup day. You'd think, but this is Reindeer Pass. We don't do anything boring. With a wink, she took a sip of her diet soda before continuing. A few years ago, they were having trouble getting folks to volunteer to help with the trails. They needed more folks with chainsaws and trucks for trees and limbs that had fallen with the winter snow and spring storms, but they needed a draw. And that's where Sarah came in, Micah said as he nudged her side. She turned the thing into a whole town party, and the work all gets done in a few hours when it used to take all day. Jace chuckled, his arm around Hannah. She hires a band for live music, brings food trucks that the town funds, buy tickets for those who don't come early to work, and there was even a bachelor auction 2 years ago. Never again, Micah muttered. Mrs. Jenkins had me pruning her rose bushes for 3 hours after church the next Sunday. He held up his hands. I may not be a surgeon, but I do kind of need my hands. Through her laughter, Hannah turned to Jace. Did you participate? Sure did, Jace grinned. But my experience was better than Micah's here. Becca outbid Jamie for me and had me help do some deep cleaning at the bakery. She also paid me in cookies, so I came out on the good end of that one. You all came out better than poor Robert Gunn, Sarah said. Robert was the head of fish and wildlife for the town, and the poor guy had absolutely drawn the short end of the stick. Mrs. Peabody had him essentially act as exterminator at her house. She was convinced she had a rat colony in the attic, and she was terrified they'd chew through the wiring and burn her whole house down. Which was fair, Jace added. If there had actually been any rats. Robert was a good sport, and he set humane traps for weeks to try and catch what turned out to be drafts because she hadn't resealed her attic in years. Because he's a nice guy, he did that for her, but he accidentally disturbed a wasp's nest and lived to regret it. Sarah was somewhere between a grimace and a laugh at the memory of the poor guy's swollen face, but Hannah's wheels were clearly turning. Why in the world was he there for weeks working for her from one auction? And isn't a bachelor auction supposed to be a date thing? That part was my fault, Sarah said as their food arrived. I was afraid there wouldn't be enough young women there to bid, so I convinced the older ladies who couldn't really help with the cleanup to come prepared to open their pocketbooks and help us build the new bathrooms out there. It worked, but it ended up being less of a bachelor auction and more forced labor. She shrugged, only a little bit guilty. And Robert did all that because he's basically the sweetest guy on the planet. He always had been, and Sarah would never understand what happened between him and Felicity to break them up. They'd been the most perfect high school sweethearts, destined to get married until all of a sudden Felicity was gone to LA, Robert took his broken heart off to college, and they avoided each other like the plague whenever she'd come into town since /. Sounds like it. They finished the rest of their dinner with good-natured conversation, often regaling Hannah with stories from their youth. Sarah hadn't been close to Jace since he and Micah were older than her, but she'd come to a few things with Felicity he'd been at. Mostly, it was nice to forget about everything going on, and she got a chance to talk through the race with the three of them. Other than Becca, they were basically her crew, and only Micah had any idea what something like crew entailed. By the time they left, the moon lit the sky as the stars twinkled around it. Sometimes the altitude of Reindeer Pass made life complicated, especially when the roads were snowy, but there was something about the sky. It was like velvet, the tiniest dots of light looking almost like pinpricks in the floor of heaven. It was something she'd imagined as a little girl, even more so after Nana passed away. Theologically, she didn't know whether those who'd passed on could watch over those still living, but she liked to believe it was possible. Micah walked her back to the bakery in the comfortable silence only achieved by two people who have nothing to prove to the other person. Unfortunately, the trill of her phone interrupted the peace, and Sarah pulled it out of her pocket to see her mother's name. Twice in one day. She must really need something. She called before now? Micah knew better than anyone the complications of Sarah's relationship with her mother. Yep. I let it go to voicemail, but she didn't leave one. I'll answer and see what she needs. Doing that, Sarah put the phone on speaker to let Micah hear as well. Hey, Mom, is something wrong? Am I on speaker? Her voice was raspy from all the cigarettes she'd smoked over the years. You know I hate that, Sarah. She did, and Sarah sighed before switching the phone over and pressing it to her ear. Okay, off speaker. What's up? I talked to your Uncle Tony today, she said as though that was supposed to mean something to Sarah. Okay. Is something wrong with him? Her mother let out a frustrated grunt. No, Sarah. Everyone is fine. Why do you keep asking? Mostly because she hadn't talked to her mother in 2 months, and the woman had called her twice in one day. Sorry, keep going. So you talked to Uncle Tony? Furrowing her brow towards Micah, she shrugged her shoulders. He'd like to buy Nana's house, and he's prepared to offer us more than it's worth. He thinks he can flip it up and market it as a tiny house for one of those short-term vacation rentals. Mountain getaways are the thing right now, apparently. Sarah was many things, and she'd long tried to shed her temper once she came to know the Lord. Still, this argument again, the one that had turned her grieving period after Nana's passing into a legal battle, had the volcano she envisioned within her chest about to erupt. Whose U.S.? The house doesn't belong to you, Mom. I'm confused why he would even approach you about it in the first place. Her free hand clenched into a fist, but of course Micah noticed. He took hold of it and squeezed. His presence calmed her, but her mother's huff on the other end of the line did not. So ungrateful for everything I've done for you. How dare you speak to me that way? Your uncle's offer would set you up far better than you'll be on your pay from that silly bakery job, and then you wouldn't have to run so much to keep your figure. Though I don't know why you care, seeing as I can't remember the last time you've been on a date. There is so much wrong with your statement, I'm not sure where to start. Not that you'll listen anyway, so I think it's probably best if I hang up. Don't mention the house to me again, Mom. You have no idea what you're doing, her mother seethed. Was her voice slurring a little? Yep, probably back off the wagon. Addiction was a nasty thing, but Sarah found it hard to feel too much sympathy when she acted the way she did. Your father's getting out soon, did you know that? It's the first place he'll come looking. Micah must have heard her because his hand tightened on hers. In all the unpleasant conversations he'd witnessed between the two women, he'd never stepped in until now. Pulling the phone from Sarah's hand, he pushed the button to turn on the speaker, likely to annoy her. Allison, it's Micah. I'm going to say one thing, and then I'm going to hang up. His voice was low, lethal almost. Sarah couldn't think of a time he'd ever used that voice around her. That house is Sarah's, and she will only sell it if and when she's ready. And if you talk to your ex-husband, you tell Nathan if he steps foot in this town, it won't be law enforcement he has to worry about. With that, Micah hung up the phone and handed it back to Sarah. There, on the sidewalk in the center of town, he stopped. I'm sorry I took over like that, I just dash. But no part of Sarah was angry. In fact, it was the first time anyone had stood up for her with that much ferocity. Rather than immediately speak, she rose up on her tiptoes and kissed Micah on the cheek. He froze initially, but when she wrapped her arms around his chest and settled into a hug not unlike the one they'd shared earlier, she felt her eyes mist at gratitude for the man before her. For years, she'd said she'd never marry, but if it was a man like Micah? Maybe. Thank you. No one's ever done that for me before. Standing up for myself, it's such a habit now it doesn't even occur to me someone else might. He was always protective of her, but he'd mostly stayed out of the squabbles with her family over the years. Not to mention, she'd hidden the worst parts of her dating misadventures from him. At that moment, he wrapped his arms around her and hugged her closer than she ever remembered him doing. If it'll make you feel safe in this world, I'll do it every time. You're safe with me, and you always will be. Much too early the next morning, Micah awakened to the sound of his phone ringing on his nightstand. It stayed on at night, mostly for emergencies with any of his patients, but also in case Sarah ran into trouble. Whether it was coincidence or her own decisions, she seemed to be a magnet for it at times. His bedroom decor was simple, masculine minimalist, as Sarah liked to call it. The walls were light gray with white trim, dark wood floors he'd laid himself after he purchased the house from his parents, and his bed was a simple black frame with no headboard because what was the point? His mattress, comforter, and sheets were admittedly fancier than the average person's, but they were his one splurge in the house. Top-of-the-line memory foam with cooling technology, ridiculously high thread count sheets for comfort, and a blue comforter with some weight to it. It was everything he needed to fall asleep quickly and get good quality sleep. Well, that and the brown noise machine he kept by his bed. Brown noise, far better than white noise for sleep, had been a game changer during the short hours he slept in medical school, but he'd promised himself the first splurge he'd make after paying off his school loans would facilitate good sleep. Tapping the brown noise machine to turn it off, Micah picked up his phone. It was Jace, and it was barely 3 in the morning. That was never good. Hey, man, what's going on? Sirens wailed on the other end of the line, and the low hum of voices on the other end told Micah this was serious. Jace stepped away from the noise apparently, as it dulled a little. Mrs. Proctor got up in the night to use the bathroom and fell. She had on her alert bracelet thankfully and was able to call for help. Already out of bed and pulling on the nearest pair of sweats, Micah held the phone between his ear and shoulder. How badly is she injured? The woman was in her 90s, and any fall at her age could be catastrophic. Did she hit her head? Thankfully, no, but she's complaining of back and shoulder pain and shortness of breath. They're getting her loaded into the ambulance now, and they're headed to county. The county hospital was actually called Pate County General Hospital, but most folks called it county for short. They served a good deal of land mass due to the sparse population, but it meant it took longer than he'd generally like for patients to get there. If you can get to her, tell her I'm on my way. She's not going home to see Mick yet, so tell her to get that out of her head. Mick had been dead for nearly 10 years, and Liza Jane always said she didn't fear death because it meant she'd see Jesus and, if he wanted to be extra gracious, her husband, Mick. The noise grew louder again and Jace's quick breaths told Micah he was jogging towards the ambulance. You got it. I'll tell her. They hung up, and Micah slid on the tennis shoes he generally wore to the hospital and grabbed his badge. He had a spare one in his car in case he forgot it, but this one had a better clip. Lord, please be with Liza Jane. He continued his prayer as he turned the key in the ignition to his truck. I know she's probably scared right now. Give her peace, you're with her. The drive to the hospital always passed quickly in the middle of the night because there were so few folks on the roads. Usually, he turned on his flashers so as to not get pulled over, but he hadn't needed to that evening. It wasn't like there weren't doctors at the hospital who'd take care of her, but Liza Jane was like another grandmother to Micah. He'd known her since she worked in the school's library and used to scold him and Jace for goofing off during study hour. Still, she'd always had a jar full of candy ready for any students who came in, and she'd been known to write passes for the occasional student to hang out in the library when their world felt like it was caving in. She'd set them up in one of the big, comfy chairs in the corner with a cup of tea and a good book, and when they left everything seemed a little more manageable. It had also been her who initially put the idea of being a physician in his head after she'd started shoving medical mystery books into his hands, as well as general medical journals he'd found far more fascinating than any other high schooler he knew of. Lord, he continued as he spotted the hospital's lights in the distance. I'm not ready for her to go. I know that's selfish, and if it's your will, please give me the peace to accept it. But I'm not ready. Chapter 6. Micah moved with a purpose down the long, sterile, hospital hallway. He'd called ahead and had Liza Jane admitted, mostly so she wouldn't have to hang out in the emergency room all night. The cardiologist at the hospital had texted him to let him know he'd ordered an EKG, echocardiogram, and labs, but Micah planned to add a CT of the chest if a heart attack was ruled out. Reaching the room number the nurses had given him, Micah knocked softly. Is there a troublemaker in here? The sight warmed him and bolstered his hope they wouldn't lose her tonight. All 5'3" and 110 pounds of Liza Jane Proctor sat up in bed flipping through the channels until she settled on an old Andy Griffith rerun. It was only then she turned to him to respond. About time you got here. They've already poked and prodded me, as well as attached these sticky things to my chest. Do you know how bad those are going to hurt coming off, son? She sighed, her expression softening. Sorry for that, I'm a little grumpy. Growing old isn't for the faint of heart, dear. She didn't appear to be short of breath anymore, and a quick look at her hands told him circulation wasn't an issue. Still, the slight mist in her eyes as she studied him nearly broke his heart. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Micah took her frail, weathered hand in his. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Because you've never been anything but strong. Liza Jane took a deep, shuddering breath, visibly swallowing as she did so. You're right. I guess I'm a little embarrassed about all the fuss. Katie's already on her way from Denver, though I told her she ought to wait to see what the tests showed. Katie was her daughter who forever begged her mother to move to Denver and live with her family, but the woman was stubborn. She liked her independence and wasn't too keen on change either. She loves you, and she wants to be here with you. Do me a favor, and try not to be too mean to the cardiologist and techs who come in here. They're trying to help. He winked, doing his best to distract her the best he could. But you can be mean to me all you want. She huffed, lifting the remote control again to click off the television before laying her head back against the pillow. I could never really be mean to you, Micah Cain. You're too sweet. Just then, a light knock at the door sounded and Harper appeared in the room with a cup of ice water and another blanket. "Oh, Micah," she said with wide eyes. "I didn't realize you'd come in. I'm here to bring Mrs. Proctor a couple of things she asked for, and I'll be out of your way." Her red curly hair was pulled back into a headband, and her cheeks pinked a little as she rushed around getting Mrs. Proctor's vitals. "Everything looks good, and they asked me to tell you the tech will be in for your EKG in a few minutes. Your labs should also be back shortly." Mrs. Proctor smiled softly, not nearly as grumpy with Harper as she'd been with Micah. "Thank you, dear." As soon as Harper left, she turned a raised eyebrow on Micah. "So, there's obviously a story there. Not exactly the height of professionalism to sit here and gossip about my dating life." But he couldn't help but smirk. This wasn't any regular patient. In response, Liza Jane snorted. "I'm old and feeble, but my eyes work fine. So do my ears. How about this, I guess what happened and you tell me if I'm right. It'll distract a scared old woman from what could well be my last hours on Earth." She pouted dramatically, and the relief at her feeling good enough to tease tore down Micah's remaining defenses. "Sure, fine. Whatever. If you can guess correctly, I'll tell you." He'd probably regret it, but that was future Micah's problem.
Ha!
"I knew there was a story there. Okay, so my guess is you got tired of pining for Sarah Quinn and decided to give a date with Harper a shot. Unfortunately, you learned what the rest of us know to be true, which is you're so far gone over your best friend sweet Harper never stood a chance. Am I close?" His mouth dropped open. "How dash. First, I was a high school librarian for 40 years. We see things, we know things, we hear things, and we're good at putting the pieces together. Second, Connie saw you and Harper out at that Italian restaurant in Hamilton a month ago and told us all about it at Bunko. I commend you for putting yourself out there, but until Sarah realizes what a catch you are, I can't see things changing." Speaking of which, his phone pinged with a text message, and Micah realized it was already 5:30 in the morning. It was a text from Sarah, and he opened it to make sure everything was okay. "Sarah, hey, saw your truck gone from your driveway when I went out for my run. Everything okay?" Mrs. Proctor eyed his phone screen unapologetically. "You can tell her you came to my rescue like the knight in shining armor you are if you want. In fact, you can tell her you did CPR and performed one of those ridiculously unrealistic field surgeries like on those medical shows and pulled me back from the brink of death if you think it'll get her thinking. I'll back you up. You think that's how I'm going to get Sarah to think of me as more than a friend? To lie to her?" At the moment, he was too tired to even pretend he wasn't into Sarah. Mrs. Proctor knew him too well to allow that.
Meh.
She shrugged as the hospital room door opened, and the tech wheeled in the machines to attach to the sticky things on her chest. The cardiologist followed, and Micah stood to allow them room to work. "Probably a good idea, Dr. Cain, but let me know if you change your mind." After getting a rundown of her blood results and vitals from Dr. Chan, Micah stepped out into the hallway to give Sarah a quick call. She was on her run, but the fact that texted him meant she'd taken her phone with her like she'd promised. It might be on silent, but he'd try anyway. She answered on the third ring, her breath still even as she'd just started. "So this is what we're doing now? I start bringing my phone on my runs and you call to chat? Sorry, figured it would be quicker to call. I got called to the hospital this morning for a patient." Despite Mrs. Proctor's assurance he had no plans of telling Sarah anything about the who or the what of the situation. "I did want to let you know I'm off today and plan to do some yard work at my house when I get home. I can cut your lawn if you want." The weeds in her front lawn had started to pop up as it got warmer, and they grew much faster than the grass. She thought about it for a beat before responding. "Sure, that'd be great. Don't run over my new pear tree. The guy at the plant nursery promised me it would grow in this climate as long as I take good care of it, but she's still fragile for the moment." "You got it. Anything else?" She had a couple of boards on her back porch to be replaced, but he hadn't had time to go out to get the lumber for it. Although, Jace had started up his woodworking for the year. He might have some scrap lumber Micah could buy off of him to do it. Heard from your mom again? In all the stress from this morning, he'd almost forgotten about the soul-crushing anger he'd felt the night before at the way Allison had spoken to her daughter. If she'd been present and a man, he'd definitely have a scrape or two on his knuckles this morning. Still, just as he told Sarah the night before, he'd stick up for her every time if only she'd let him. The way his blood had run hot in his veins and his heart threatened to beat out of his chest when she'd kissed him on the cheek only confirmed what he already knew to be true. Mrs. Proctor was right. He was so far gone over Sarah Quinn he couldn't see straight. If the most she'd ever allow him to be was her best friend, he didn't have much choice but to let it be enough. It wouldn't be fair to any other woman otherwise. Sarah's breath started to pick up a little on the other end of the line, and he could hear her trying to slow her stride. Nope, and don't worry about it if you can't get to my yard. I'll do it this weekend if not. Want me to bring home dinner after work? I'm craving a loaded Italian sub from Carino's. Sounds good, see you then. Be careful on your run. As they hung up, Micah shifted his focus back to his patient in the hospital bed on the other side of the door. Her spirits and energy lifted most of the worry he'd felt driving there, but he still wanted to make triple sure the fall hadn't been a canary in the coal mine for something more serious before she was discharged. He had a job to do, and every single patient deserved his full focus and attention. Sarah pushed through her front door that evening with a greasy Carino's bag in hand. It had been a long day, but a good one. She was steadily going up on her miles to prepare for the race, currently in 2-a-day runs to make sure her body could withstand the work of an ultra. This morning, she'd run 12 miles and cranked out another 6 after work. It wasn't where she ultimately needed to be, but she had months to get there. Shooting off a quick text to Micah to let him know dinner was served, she set the bag of food on the counter and realized she hadn't checked her mail yet for the day. No more notes had come, but she dreaded opening the mailbox every time. Bills wouldn't wait for her to find her bravery, so she'd have to force it like she had all the times before. Micah responded he was leaving the hospital after checking on his patient again, so she had a few minutes before he'd get home. The sun was still high in the sky for the time being, and the air was warm enough they'd probably eat on her back deck. Her grass was cut, as was his, so he'd been home for at least a few hours. Opening her mailbox, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was junk mail and bills. Who'd have ever thought she'd be relieved at bills? Going back inside, she tossed the bills on the counter and decided to dry off her back porch's table and chairs after the light shower they'd had that afternoon. Since it wasn't much, she'd run right through it, but she had time to clean off the table before she hopped in the shower. Sarah stepped out onto her back porch, immediately noticing 3 of the boards had been replaced. Micah Cain, she said as she shook her head. You're too much. Of course, he'd replaced the boards and probably wouldn't even tell her he'd done so. Tossing the towel over her shoulder, Sarah spotted an envelope taped to her back window she hadn't noticed before. A chill ran down her spine as she approached the envelope, glancing around as though the boogeyman was about to pop out. The envelope was closed, but not sealed, so she simply opened the top and peered in at its contents. No bags of white powder or bombs she could see, just pieces of thick photo paper. Pulling the photos from the envelope, Sarah's stomach dropped. It was all photos of her. Photos of her at the bakery. Photos of her running on the trails in the woods. Photos of her sitting on her back porch alone and with Micah. And the worst, the photo of the 2 of them in the dim lighting of street lamps the night before after he'd stood up to her mom. The zoom on the camera was sharp enough she could see the peaceful expression on her face despite the hurt she knew she'd felt in that moment. Someone, whoever had left her the first note, had intruded on the moment, and the thought made her want to throw up. Shoving the photos back into the envelope, Sarah took a deep breath. She had to tell Micah, and they had to report this to the police. But Micah would worry out of his mind if she told him, wouldn't he? Maybe she could go to the police station and report it without telling Micah. Yes, that's what she'd do. There was no reason to pull him into her mess yet. She hated the idea of him being worried about it, and Micah would do nothing but worry if he saw these photos. Well, and probably burn the world down trying to figure out who was stalking her. As her own anxiety rose, she closed her eyes and relaxed her shoulders. Jesus, I know you already know the outcome here. Please give me wisdom to know how to handle this. Don't let fear take over in my heart, but give me the strength to trust you have the situation well in hand. As she finished drying off the porch's back table, she was more determined than ever that whoever took those pictures would probably get a whole lot more. She'd not be driven inside or off the trails out of fear. She refused. They'd not approached her, but if they did, she wasn't without her own defenses. Even Micah didn't know she carried both a small can of bear spray and a knife with her when she ran. Shoving the pictures in the same drawer in her kitchen as the first note and the worry about it into the nice, safe box inside her head, she headed back for a quick shower before Micah arrived. No, she'd not let whoever the creep was control her life, though she did make sure her doors were locked and blinds were all closed before getting undressed in the bathroom. Brave, she'd decided long ago, was much better than fearless. Human beings felt fear, it was part of being human. It was part of living in a fallen world. But they didn't have to surrender to it. Feeling the fear and doing it anyway, that was courage. Living your life when every part of you wanted to curl up in a ball and quit, that was grit. You didn't grow up like she did without both. Stepping under the cold water that was supposedly good for one's immune system, she forced herself to slow her breathing. Yep, mind over matter worked for cold plunging and cold showers, it would have to work here too. Scripture said to take every thought captive, and that's exactly what she planned to do. Something whispered within her to be sure she was truly giving it to the Lord rather than relying on her own power, but why couldn't both be true at the same time? Self-control was a fruit of the Spirit, right? Unlike her mother, she had self-control in spades. Mental fortitude, and it would take every bit of it to keep the letters from Micah when usually she told him everything. But to protect him from the ugly parts of her life, she'd do it. She had to. He had a whole town's health to focus on, and she'd be fine. She always was. Chapter 7. Sarah placed the last of the orange scones into the bakery case and grinned at Rainey. And what did I tell you? It was the Monday after the girls' prom, and she'd gone by herself as Sarah had suggested. Not only had she looked absolutely stunning, but she had the time of her life. You were right, Rainey said as she pushed a stray lock of blonde hair behind her ear. I danced with friends, and Carson even texted me after to tell me how beautiful I looked. Eyes narrowed, Sarah didn't like the sound of that. And what did you say? I didn't respond. Rainey giggled a little. It felt good, to be honest. He can't treat me like I'm disposable and then expect to win me back, right? I don't know if that's what he was doing, but either way, it felt good. The whole bakery smelled divine that day, as Hannah was hard at work in the back developing 2 new jam recipes for some of the wild berries she and Becca had managed to find that weekend. One had to be careful with wild berries, but Becca had been doing it so long she knew which plants were which. It was pretty obvious, but the elderberries and blackberries had always been Sarah's favorite. She'd been known to grab a few out on the run on occasion. Not only was the smell perfect, but the atmosphere was great all around. A group of church friends from the Young Professionals group had come in to plan the campout that weekend, and Pastor Cam and a couple others on the planning committee were hard at work. Cam always said if modern churches did discipleship half as well as they did committees, the whole world would know Jesus by now. Sarah grinned at Rainey, proud of the girl for making the best of a tough situation. That's my girl. The door chimed, and Sarah glanced up to see Micah, Jace, and Robert coming through. Well now, if it isn't the cavalry coming to pilfer all Hannah's new wildberry mini pies. Your timing is impeccable. I'd like to take credit for it, Jace said with a mischievous grin. But she texted me a few minutes ago. I told Micah, and we saw Robert on the way over. No one in their right mind would miss the chance to sample one of my girl's original recipes. The woman in question moved out of the kitchen and towards the counter with a tray full of mini pies. There was almost a swirl color to the filling, with both red and blue mixed in a way that felt incredibly patriotic. I don't know about that, but I am happy to have some unbiased taste testers. Unbiased, Sarah snorted. You could serve Jace gravel, and he'd say it tasted delicious. Hannah's cheeks pinked, still a little unaccustomed to the teasing. I'd hope not, but at least Micah and Robert will tell me the truth. With a wink at Sarah, Micah put out his hand for a fist bump. We sure will, but only if we get a permanent spot on your tasting team. Taking a mini pie and popping the whole thing in his mouth, Micah nodded. Yup, he said once he swallowed. Just as good as I hoped. Hey, Jace said with an elbow to his ribs. I'm the boyfriend. I should get first dibs. Robert reached out and took one as well, taking a more sensible bite than Micah. You snooze, you lose. These are excellent, Hannah. Please have Becca put them on the menu. Besides, they'll be perfect for 4th of July. Hannah ignored Jace's mock pout as he grabbed his own pie. That was the goal. I'm so glad you like them. Sarah, Rainey, do y'all want one? Do you even have to ask? Rainey reached out and ate it in one go like Micah had. This is half the reason I work here. From the kitchen, Becca's voice sounded over the whir of the commercial dishwasher. And the other reason? Definitely you, boss, Rainey said with a grin. Not the free coffee at all. Becca appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, leaning against the frame. I'll take that. I am a pretty awesome boss. She began an exaggerated strut towards the tray Hannah held and took one of her own. You know, I'm so proud of you for getting into the patisserie program in France this fall, but I sure am going to miss your experiments. Wait, Sarah said with wide eyes. You got in. She'd known Hannah applied back in March, but hadn't heard anything last she checked. This is that big fancy one that's 6 weeks long, right? Hannah nodded, placing the tray on the counter and taking on a dreamy expression. It is. I can't believe I got in, honestly. If Jace hadn't pushed me to apply in the first place, I doubt I'd have gone through with it. You're the best, Jace said softly as he took another mini pie from the tray. You deserve to rub elbows with the best pastry chefs in the world, and now you're going to. I'm going to miss you like crazy, but I am so proud of you. He leaned forward and kissed her nose, the blush from a few minutes ago returning. Becca snorted. We're going to France to visit her halfway through, little bro. You won't even go a full 3 weeks without seeing her. I think you'll survive. Glaring at his sister, Jace finished his second pie. We don't all date people who spend the entire courtship running all over the world to fight bad guys. I'm used to her here, and I like it, so sue me. The sibling bickering continued for a moment before Pastor Cam approached the counter with the face of a puppy dog looking for a treat. He was in his early 30s, relatively new to Reindeer Pass, but the outdoor-loving man of God was a perfect fit for their small, mountain church. What is that delicious smell coming from over here? Wildberry mini pies, Hannah said as she placed one onto a napkin and held it up. Want one? Absolutely. Reckon you could bring a few batches of these on the campout this weekend? S'mores might be overrated. Micah held up his hand. Now, Pastor, I think it's my duty to warn you s'mores at the Young Professionals Campout is a time-honored tradition in Reindeer Pass. If we don't have them, the people will mutiny. That said, I don't see why we can't have both. The twinkle in his eye and playful grin had long given Sarah butterflies, but something about the other night when he'd stood up to her mother on her behalf had amped up the feeling a few notches. For a long time, Sarah had put any crush she had on Micah in one of her many boxes inside her brain. She didn't plan to marry, it wasn't in the cards for her, and she refused to mess up what the two of them had by dating him. Every relationship she'd ever had gone up in flames, as her picker was as broken as her mother's. Micah was the only real family she had left, blood or not, and she wouldn't jeopardize that. Pastor Cam ran a hand through his beard, pretending to think over the dessert debate. You know what, I think you're right. Both, it is, so long as Hannah thinks she can get 30 or so of them done. No problem, Hannah said as she smiled sweetly. Did you know both holly berries and mistletoe, wild plants native to this part of the country, both contain various toxins such as theobromine, phototoxin, and viscotoxin? Eat more than a couple of either and you'll spend quite a bit of time in the bathroom. You probably won't die, but you'll wish you had. Pastor Cam, not quite as used to Hannah's tendency to spout random facts, raised a brow. But, neither of those are in these, right? Nope, Hannah replied. Just something to look out for when foraging. Jace checked his watch then. On that note, I'd better get back to work. Sarah, if you go running tonight, be sure you take bear spray. We've had a couple of them coming closer to town over the weekend. As though suddenly remembering Robert was there, he turned his attention to him. You guys got any more leads on why? Yep, the normally good-natured fish and wildlife officer scowled. Some high school kids had a party in the woods after prom the other night and left a bunch of food waste out there. Town maintenance has it all cleaned up now, but it'll probably be a bit before the bears venture further back out into the woods. Hannah's eyes widened, not used to the bears of Montana the way the rest of them were. Is it safe for us to go on our campout? Should be, Robert said. Cam knows what he's doing when it comes to bear safety, and any time in the woods poses some risk. It's their home, after all. It makes me angry when folks don't follow the proper precautions and end up getting a bear put down due to getting into town. We try to relocate the bear unless they've been fatally wounded or started attacking pets, but it's sometimes a tough call. Micah narrowed his chocolate brown eyes at Sarah, expression no longer playful. You still have that bear spray, right? Yep, and I'm not afraid to use it. With that, Sarah tossed a rag over her shoulder and grabbed the plastic container they used to clean tables. She had her knife too, but that wouldn't be much help against a bear. To be honest, if Micah knew the close calls she'd had with wildlife on occasion, he'd be even more of a worrywart than he was now. Yep, definitely the better plan was not to tell him about the photos, though she hadn't had the chance to tell Jace about them either. Okay, that wasn't exactly true. She'd gotten all the way to the police station's door the day before and chickened out. Some illogical part of her brain shouted at her that if she ignored the harassment, it would go away. Telling Jace would make it real, and Micah would probably find out anyway. Was it smart? Nope. That much she knew. She could try to make it sound holy and convince herself she was trusting the Lord with her safety, but it wasn't true and she knew it. She didn't want to think about it, and telling no one meant she could think about it as little as possible. Call it a coping mechanism gone awry from having a father go to prison and a mother's string of awful boyfriends traipsing through your house for your entire adolescence. Call it a learned behavior from avoiding home as much as possible to keep from having to shove your dresser in front of your door to keep those boyfriends from trying to come into your room at night and being afraid to get up to go to the bathroom. Call it what you want, but avoiding things had served her pretty well over the years, and having people worry about her would make everything worse. Micah finished up with Mrs. Proctor, satisfied with how she was coming along. He'd done a house call for her since she'd been discharged, though that wasn't common for him. She was a special case, but her daughter, Katie, had arrived and planned to stay for at least a week. In the meantime, Micah needed to get back to work and take some of the load off Teresa. He'd been on his way over to Mrs. Proctor's when Jace had texted him about going to the bakery, and he hadn't really had time to go. To be honest, it was only about half the promise of one of Hannah's new bakes. The other half was seeing Sarah. He'd known she was working today, and his hardest and busiest days were the ones he needed to see her the most. Something was going on with her, but he hadn't figured out what. It wasn't in her tone or her demeanor, she'd long ago learned to mask those. No, it was something in her honeycomb eyes, something told him she was keeping secrets from him. Was it worry about her father, or was it something else? He'd asked Jace to do a little more digging into Nathan's parole, and apparently he was set to be released mid-July. Whether he'd show his face in town when every person who'd been there for any length of time knew what he did, he didn't know. Micah had only been a child, 10 or 11 at the time, when Nathan went to jail. He and Felicity had gotten off the bus to both his parents being home, something that wasn't normal due to his father's work as a dentist. The two of them had exchanged grim looks and asked both kids to sit down. Of course, worst-case scenarios had run through Micah's mind. Had the family dog died? Grandma? Were they getting divorced? Was the world ending? Had his favorite hockey player been critically injured with a career-ending accident? Okay, so the last one was more indicative of his priorities at 10, but it all flashed through his brain nonetheless. Once the two of them were seated, Mom had taken Felicity's hand while Dad spoke. "Kids," he said gently. We have something to tell you about Sarah Quinn. Immediately, Felicity had begun to tear up. What's wrong with her? She wasn't at school today. Is she sick? The fear in her tone had only stoked the flames in Micah's, and he'd reached out and put his arm around her in an attempt to comfort but also to do anything. It was then Dad had given them all the information he had. The night before, Sarah and her mother had turned up at the hospital with pretty severe injuries, Sarah's being 2 broken bones and a concussion. Her father had been arrested, and he'd be tried soon for domestic violence. Everything after that had been a blur, as most of it was his parents questioning Felicity if she knew anything about it. The only other piece of information he remembered was Sarah's father had been highly intoxicated at the time. His blood alcohol level was more than 3 times the legal limit to drive, and he had few memories of the whole event. There had been other drugs in his system as well. Later on, Micah learned he pled guilty to his charges. The illegal drugs in his system, the abuse, and his prior convictions meant the judge had thrown the book at him. It would eventually make him feel a little better, but as a little kid on his parents' couch? All he wanted was to take all 100 pounds of lean muscle and a hockey stick right to Nathan Quinn's face. In some weird way, he'd blamed himself for not seeing any signs, though Sarah had assured him over and over there were none. She'd more than likely repressed previous abuse from him because the likelihood of that being the very first time was slim. Still, as Micah drove back to the clinic that morning, whatever it was in her eyes flashed before him once more. Nathan Quinn wouldn't get anywhere near her, and he'd personally make sure she had no reason to fear him ever again. Chapter 8. Micah, are you sure you're okay? We can slow down if you want? Sarah hopped over a log to be cleared during their cleanup day in a few weeks, feeling a little like some sort of warrior princess as she did so. Micah had joined her on her run, but the gas in his tank was clearly running low. She grinned, mischief clear on her face. I mean, I'd hate for you to fall out right here on the mountain. I'm strong, but I don't know I could drag you back down. He scowled, breath short and not at all controlled as he spoke. I'm fine. It was abundantly clear he wasn't, but his lack of breath wouldn't allow him to say anything else. There was a little bit of sick satisfaction in being able to run further and faster than her incredibly strong best friend. More than once, she'd had called him over to her house to help her move a piece of furniture or taken a jar across the street for him to open. But in a foot race? She'd beat him every time. If you say so. So I guess we should talk about the cleanup day then. I've booked the band and have a couple of food trucks ready to go, but I still need to create the assignment sheets based on what Robert and the mayor tell us needs to be done. Do you mind helping with that? Sure, Micah wheezed. Taking pity on her friend, Sarah slowed to a walk. Side stitch, she lied with only the slightest twinge of guilt as she placed her hands on her head and pretended to stretch. Nasty little things. The narrowing of Micah's eyes told her he knew exactly what she was doing, but he was too tired to care. Do you need me to do anything? He took another deep breath. Make flyers or anything? Rainy's actually doing that for me. They've got a graphic design class at the high school, and she's a whiz with that stuff. She's going to have them printed out there too since the environmental club is helping sponsor the event. Having so much on her plate at the moment had been a blessing she hadn't expected. It was easier to distract herself and avoid her problems when her brain was busy. Between getting ready for the campout that weekend, work, church, training for the race, and planning the cleanup day, she barely had time to take a shower, much less worry about anything else. Micah had caught his breath, and it was then she noticed he'd stopped walking. Hey, he said as he gently took hold of her arm. His dark eyes were full of concern, the sweat on his face and shoulders only making him more attractive. The dry-fit shirt he wore clung to his broad chest, and Sarah couldn't help but remember how it had felt to be wrapped in his arms the other night. Are you okay? You're doing that thing again. Of course he'd notice. What thing? Once again, he knew her too well. That thing where you make yourself so busy you forget about whatever it is going on in your life. You start talking faster, change subjects more often, and there's something that happens with your eyes I can't describe, but I know it when I see it. With that, He reached out and wiped a bead of sweat off her nose in a move that should be weird and unwelcome, but it wasn't. "Let me in, Sarah. What's going on in that head of yours? Is it your dad? Your mom? If I need to call either of them, I can." How exactly he'd talked to her dad since he was still in prison for a few more weeks, she didn't know, but the concern made her feel both loved and deeply uncomfortable. "I'm fine. I guess I wish I knew how it all was going to turn out." There, that was kind of the truth. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was enough. Heedless of the sweat on his body and hers, Micah pulled her in close for the third hug in as many days. She couldn't remember the last time they'd hugged this much, but a shiver ran down her spine in the best way as they did. He held her close, his left hand wrapped around her back while his right settled on her braided hair. "You're not alone, kid, and you never will be. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Just don't close down on me, okay? I can't help if I don't know what's wrong." Swallowing back the tears that would surely alert him more was going on, Sarah sighed. "Okay, I'll do my best." She pulled back, not sure where the moment would lead them if they stayed like that much longer. Micah was her safe place, her refuge given by the Lord when nothing else felt steady. She couldn't risk that. Losing it was too much to even imagine. "Have you heard from Felicity recently?" Seeing Robert at the bakery that day had gotten her thinking about how sad it was the two of them couldn't make what was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime love work. No one, save the two of them, really even knew what happened. All they knew was all of a sudden they'd split, and Felicity was headed to California. Robert had become a shell of himself for a while, but he'd settled into his role after college well. It was clearly his passion, but no one could miss the way his whole body seemed to tense at any mention of Felicity even all those years later. Micah dropped his arms from her and shrugged. "She called last week to let me know she'd landed some sort of commercial, but she sounded tired. Mom and Dad help as much as they can, but you know Liz." Liz. The nickname he'd given her as a child that Sarah had always been a little jealous of. She'd always wished for a sibling, though an adult's perspective made her grateful no other children had to grow up the way she did. And she still won't take any money from anyone? Last she knew, Felicity had 2 jobs in addition to trying to make it as an actress. She worked at Annie's preschool during the day and a diner at night, refusing to take financial help. Thankfully, the Cains lived down the street from her, so they were able to do dinner and bath time for Annie, putting her to bed while Felicity worked to put food on the table. Micah shook his head, running a hand through his hair as they began walking again. "Nope, and I've tried about every way I know how. I think she needs one piece of control, and she won't let go of it until she has no other options." Sarah understood that completely. "I'll try and call her this week. Our last call got cancelled because Annie had a stomach virus." Wrinkling his nose, Micah shivered a little. "I realize this is ironic coming from a doctor, but if I ever have children, stomach bugs are going to be the thing I dread most. I hate vomit." "You're right. That is a little ironic. So what, are you going to make your wife clean up all the kids' throw up?" She knew the answer without asking. There was no way Micah would leave anyone else to do the dirty work, especially someone he loved. "Of course not, but I'll probably bring a box of masks home from work whenever the bug's going around." By the time they finished their run, the tingling in Micah's fingers from touching Sarah the way he had almost subsided. On anyone else, he'd have checked for circulation issues, but he knew the cause beyond any doubt. Hugging her, touching her as though he had a right, he'd been doing it too much the last few days. If he wasn't careful, he'd make the feelings he had for his best friend in the world more obvious than they already were. As he spotted his mailbox, Micah realized he hadn't received his water bill for the month yet. All his other bills came out automatically, as it was one less thing to worry about on a monthly basis, but for some reason he'd never bothered to do the same with the water. Jogging from Sarah's yard to his mailbox, Micah called over his shoulder. "Gonna check my mail. I'll get yours too." From the porch, Sarah's response came much louder and quicker than the statement required. "No." She rushed towards him, covering the distance in a few long strides. "I mean, it's illegal to check someone else's mail." What was she talking about? I've checked your mail for you hundreds of times, and you've checked mine. When either of them was out of town or working late, the other always made sure nothing valuable was left in the mailbox. It was what they did. Tempted to lift his hand to her forehead and make sure she wasn't running some sort of fever that made her delusional, Micah studied her face. You okay?
Yeah.
She snipped. I'm fine. I don't think we need to make a habit of it. Sweat continued to dot her forehead and cheeks from the run, and her cheeks were pink as well. Other than that, she didn't appear to be suffering from any sort of illness. Whatever you say. Listen, we're meeting at the church to head out to the campsite at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you'll leave your stuff inside your front door, I'll load it up along with the tents in my truck. I'm only working the morning tomorrow, so I'll have time. The camping trip was a highlight every year, a full weekend of hiking, canoeing or kayaking, some bouldering for those who wanted to, and a bunch of uninterrupted time with friends. Most of their phones didn't even have service at the remote campsite deep inside the national park, and the ones who did tended to leave theirs behind in their tents. It was a time to connect and unwind, as well as be encouraged by whatever lessons Pastor Cam had to teach them. Sarah and Hannah would be sharing a tent, as would Jace and Micah. They'd planned to set them up next to one another, but that was mostly because Jace was an overprotective boyfriend and a little extra anxious about the bear issue they'd had recently. Robert didn't think it would be a problem, but he talked to Cam about a few extra precautions anyway. Okay, Sarah said with a little less tension in her shoulders. How cold is it supposed to get? Should I bring my thermals? Summer in Montana was deceptive. It could be in the high 70s or even low 80s during the day, but night could still get chilly, especially in higher elevations. Probably good to be safe. Micah waved, eyeing her for a second longer as he turned to grab the water bill that had sparked his friend's odd reaction. As he glanced over his shoulder, he noticed Sarah opening her own mailbox, and was that a sigh of relief? Whatever it was, it didn't appear she intended to tell him about it, so he'd keep watch. If it had anything to do with what they'd talked about on their run, he didn't know what he could possibly do about it. Clearly, Sarah hadn't told him the whole truth earlier, but would she eventually? Chapter 9. This, Cam said as he approached their group the next afternoon, is the best turnout we've ever had for one of these. His wide smile made the young pastor even more handsome, but it was his passion for the souls of every single person in Reindeer Pass that made Sarah incredibly grateful for his presence there. She'd not experienced it, not having grown up in church, but the pastor before Cam arrived apparently didn't create a healthy church environment. He didn't like to be questioned, favored Ted the older and wealthier members of the congregation, and hated having children in the service since there was a nursery down the hall. The last part, she supposed she could understand a little. Children could be distracting if you were trying to preach, but Cam's mindset had always been children are the future of the church. If parents wanted to bring their small children to the service, it was an opportunity to help them fall in love with worship while their brains were still tiny sponges. If there's no cryin', he always said in his Alabama accent. Your church is dyin'. Cam stood next to Sarah, Hannah, and Micah while Jace helped Robert get the fire started. They'd settled in a clearing surrounded by pine trees on one side and a softly flowing river down the hill. On the other side of the river, the view of the valley below was magical, but it was the forest behind them that brought Sarah the most peace. It really is a good group, and a bunch of them aren't even regular church members. 12 tents surrounded the fire in a semicircle, most of which would only hold 2 people. On the edge of the tree line, hammocks hung from trees for those who decided to forego the tent since there was no rain in the forecast. Camp chairs were set up around the fire pit, a simple circle of rocks with a teepee of sticks in the middle and kindling underneath. I'm guessing Robert came up here earlier to set up the fire pit? Yep, and also to hang a few bear deterrents around the clearing. He was clear an angry or hungry bear won't be deterred, but he has his trank if he needs it. Whether Cam didn't realize Hannah was listening or just forgot she hadn't grown up here, it wasn't clear, but his eyes clenched shut at the sight of her white face. Oh, Hannah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Honestly, they don't like noise anyway, so the likelihood of them coming anywhere near us is slim. Still completely devoid of color, her friend nodded, and went off to hang out with Jace and Robert. Not a bad idea, really. Of the whole group, those two were the most likely to have more protection than bear spray on them at any given time. The rest of the evening went perfectly. They settled into the campsite and started roasting hot dogs for supper. Bags of chips were passed around, as were bottles of water before stuff to make s'mores was laid out. The mini pies Hannah had brought would be a snack tomorrow, enough to give everyone a pick-me-up after the hike. They sang songs and swapped stories of various kinds until Pastor Cam stood up and rang a cowbell he tended to bring on the trips. "All right, guys. Let's settle in for a minute. I've got a little devotion for y'all." His use of y'all had initially brought snickers when he'd first moved to town, but not for a while. I imagine many of you are familiar with the story of the fiery furnace. Over the next 15 minutes, the sun set around them as Kim talked about the story from the book of Daniel. It's important to know that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego stood up for God in a time when it was a death sentence to do so, but that's not really where I want to camp out. He stopped and winked, a couple of pity laughs sounding at his pun. "That didn't land like I thought it would," he said good-naturedly. "No matter. Where I want to sit is what happened once they got in the furnace. King Nebuchadnezzar expected them to be burned up in the blaze, but they weren't. The fire rose up high, well fed by everything Robert and Jace had placed inside it earlier, and the glow from it lit the campsite as the smoke wafted up to kiss heaven. And all of that's important," Cam continued. "But I want you to notice something else. They were never alone. Scripture tells us there was a fourth man in the fire, and the form of the man was like the Son of God. Guys, that should give you more comfort and peace than anything else I could say tonight." As he spoke, Sarah felt the wave of truth wash over her. She was in her own fiery furnace, tempted to let fear of what was coming and the memories of what had been tie her up in knots. She'd done her best to place the fear in their safe little boxes, but was that really what God had called her to do? Maybe it was, but maybe it was more about giving the fears to him than it was ignoring them. Cam ambled around the fire, gesturing towards it as he spoke. "Whatever fire you're walking through right now, I hope you know you're not alone. Not only is the Lord with you in the fire, but so are his people. We are the body of Christ, folks. No man is an island, and we weren't meant to be." A gentle pressure atop her hand signaled Micah had reached over to take it. With 2 quick squeezes, she got exactly the message her best friend was trying to give. He was there for her, and he always would be. She knew that, and it wasn't the first time he'd held her hand or echoed such sentiments, but something about the last few weeks felt different between them. Micah had always been handsome, always kind, always attractive in his charm and utter goodness. He left his bed at 2 in the morning to sit with old ladies at the hospital, and he made children feel safe when they were otherwise terrified of the shots they may or may not get whenever they stepped into his clinic. But lately, there was a stirring in her belly whenever he looked at her. Honestly, after what had happened with Vance, she'd completely sworn off dating. It had driven her into church with Becca, and her boss was the only person who really even knew what had happened. Even Micah didn't know, though he likely suspected thanks to her sudden aversion to anyone of the male species. One day, she'd have to tell him, but what could she do about the feelings that felt uncomfortably like a crush rising up in her for the one man who'd ever consistently been there for her? She couldn't lose him, and her track record didn't inspire confidence. Just then, she recognized her spiral into anxiety. Deep breaths and doing her best to place herself back into the present were the only things to stop them in their tracks. Things she could see, the flames dancing over the logs, Cam walking around the fire still, and stars in the sky. Things she could hear, noises of the occasional nocturnal animals, Cam's lesson, and shifting of her own feet against the dirt. Things she could smell, the soft scent of the campfire mixing with the evergreen pines surrounding them. Things she could feel, Micah's hand over hers, secure, calloused, and gentle. Her heart rate slowed, and she focused once again on the devotion Cam had begun to wrap up. Friends, if you ever feel alone, I want you to remember this story. Your fire did not come as a surprise to God, and neither will the outcome. He has not left you alone, and allowing yourself to be consumed with fear is a foolhardy mission that will only end in regret. I'm going to give us all a moment to pray silently, and it's my hope each of you will take the time to surrender something to God you've been holding back. No matter how far down the journey of faith you are, it's something we all struggle with. Give it to Him, and be ready to give Him all the glory of both the good and the hard. This life is both, but while the good is fun, the hard is sanctifying. He paused, the only sounds drifting through the campsite of folks shifting in their seats and the crackling campfire. As Sarah bowed her head, eyes closing simply to avoid distractions, she began to pray. Lord, so much of what I've developed to cope over the years is actually an attempt to hide my mess from you. I don't know why, it's not like it works, but Lord, I'm sorry. Please, give me the strength to face my father's release with grace. Give me the wisdom to know what to do about whoever has been leaving the envelopes for me without pulling Micah into it too. As for him, Lord, I can't lose him. He's all I have. A still, small voice whispered to her soul, not audible, but clear nonetheless. He wasn't all she had, and to create an idol out of her friendship with Micah wasn't any better than having no one. Not to mention, it could keep her from more that the Lord wanted to do. As Sarah went back to praying, she felt the peace Cam had talked about flowing through her once more. What would come of it all, she had no idea. But that little girl who hid under her covers at night wasn't alone either, despite the evil of the world. Somehow, God had shielded her from the intentions of some of her mother's boyfriends, as Mom had always gotten in some sort of huge fight with them right as things escalated and kicked them out. She hadn't been shielded from Vance, but sometimes one had to experience the consequences of their own actions. She'd ignored the pleas of everyone close to her and thrown herself into that relationship despite his temper and reputation. And she'd paid the price. But even in the hospital room at 23, the moment Becca led her to the Lord, she'd never been alone. No matter what happened with her father or whoever left the envelopes for her, she never would be. After they finished praying and began to move about the campsite again, Micah realized Sarah was nowhere to be found. Worry sluiced through him at her absence in the dark, but his heart pricked again with the reminder she was the Lord's before she would ever be his. Still, spotting her at the edge of the campsite down by the water came with a breath of relief, and he moved down the hill to join her. She'd put on one of her light jackets, as the night air could sometimes be cold in Montana even despite the warm days. There was a light breeze playing off the river, its gentle lapping a peaceful soundtrack to the night. Reaching her, he noticed the way the moon lit her face, a pensive expression he couldn't quite read. There you are. I wondered if the bear got you after all. She blew out a breath, raising a brow as she faced him. Why would he want me when he could get a whole lot more meat from you? She playfully poked him in the stomach, though he knew good and well there was only a thin, healthy layer of fat over well-defined muscles. I mean, surely they're smarter than that. With a smirk, Micah shrugged. Probably because they know I'm tougher and would obviously take them down with little to no effort, or I would scream like a 5-year-old girl and run to Robert and his tranquilizer gun. One or the other. Her laugh, one he bent over backwards to hear from her on many occasions, sounded in the night. She looked up the hill, a deep sigh forming as she studied the seemingly carefree group who likely could barely see them due to their position. The only reason he'd spotted Sarah at all was because he'd been intently looking. Do you ever wonder why God chose us to live the lives we lead? I don't mean it in a woe is me way, just curiosity. Actually, when it comes to you, I've often wondered just that. Reaching up with a hand that had a mind of its own, Micah stroked her cheek with his thumb. I don't know why you've had to walk the path you have, Sarah, and I'd trade with you in a heartbeat if I could. Her brow furrowed, and she opened her mouth to argue before he lowered his hand just enough to shush her. But I can't, so all I can do is try and make the path before you a little easier. His hand fell from her face, but only to move down her arm and take her hand in his. Was he about to mess everything up? Maybe. He hoped not. But there was something about the moment that had him powerless to keep his hand to himself. Sarah stared up at him, her eyes misty in a way that didn't appear to be tears. Lips soft in the bright moonlight, Micah's head began to dip toward her. They hadn't discussed a thing about feelings between them, but he'd known his own heart for years where Sarah Quinn was concerned. And if the way her pupils dilated were any indication, she wasn't pulling away anytime soon. Wrapping his free hand around her waist, Micah breathed a prayer he wasn't making a big mistake and lowered his head further. "If you don't want this, you have to tell me," he breathed softly. His lips were less than an inch from hers, but he'd not take what she wasn't giving. "Do you want this?" Her soft yes broke through the haze of his brain, and he moved to close the rest of the distance between them. Just as their lips barely brushed, a blood-curdling scream from the campsite sounded like a bucket of ice water tossed over them. Micah jumped back, as did Sarah, the moment broken as they hurried up the hill to see what had happened. Micah pushed her behind them as they crested the hill, but nothing appeared to be amiss save other startled campers trying to find the source of the scream. The campsite was chaotic, but it was Jace's spring towards Hannah and Sarah's tent that gave the direction of the scream away. "Hannah!" He ripped the zipper door of the tent open only for Hannah to tumble out and crawl as fast as she could in the opposite direction. "Hannah," Jace shouted after her as Robert flipped back the broken tent door. "What is it?" By then, she'd stood to her feet and begun hopping from one foot to the other, hands shaking as she did. I touched it." Shivers ran down Hannah's whole body as Robert emerged from their tent, not even attempting to hide his laughter as he held something in a closed fist. "I'm guessing this was the perpetrator?" Opening his fist about a foot from the ground, Robert set the terrified frog free to hop in Micah and Sarah's direction down towards the water. Hannah had wrapped herself in some sort of odd hug as she continued to hop from foot to foot. "I can do snakes," she cried hysterically as the entire campsite erupted into laughter. Jace's shoulders shook as well, but he at least walked over to her and pulled her to his chest. "I can do spiders. I've got no issues with a lizard or a bug. But frogs? Absolutely not. They pull their eyes down to the roof of their mouth when they swallow, Jace. That's not normal. Plus, they can leap more than 20 times the length of their body. The only reason they're not an apex predator is because they're small." The laughter continued as Hannah's frog facts continued to spill from her frazzled frame. She didn't even seem mad that the whole campsite found it hilarious, as she was quite confident she was the sane one regarding frogs. What would have happened if she hadn't screamed and broken the moment? Well, Micah knew the answer. He and Sarah would have crossed a line from friendship into romance they'd never be able to come back from. But then, had they anyway? The rest of the evening was decidedly less eventful, with Micah and Jace switching tents with the girls due to the broken zipper. Whether Hannah would actually sleep was anyone's guess, but he knew he wouldn't. No, he'd spend the whole time replaying his almost kiss with Sarah and wondering whether the light of day would have them going back to normal, suddenly feeling awkward around each other, or some other response. Still, he couldn't bring himself to regret it, not when he thought about the look in Sarah's eyes as she'd whispered her consent for him to kiss her. Nope, not a single ounce of regret. Chapter 10. Sarah woke the next morning to an elbow to the face. With a grunt, her first instinct was to yank her hands out of her sleeping bag to protect from further attack, but it was then she realized her shoulder was wet. Wait, what? There was also pressure on her shoulder, and a feeling of someone burrowing against her like a puppy would to its mother. The sun had started to light the camp if the glow coming through the top of their blue two-person tent was any indication, but she didn't hear folks milling about around the campsite yet. Wrenching her eyes open, the few hours of fitful sleep she got were not exactly restful. Sarah spotted the source of the wetness. Strawberry blonde hair curtaining her friend's face, Hannah's head rested on Sarah's shoulder and her open mouth dripped drool at what appeared to have been a slow but steady pace. Her arm, the source of the elbow to the face, had become draped over Sarah's shoulders, and she'd burrowed the rest of her frame up against her as though the woman didn't have at least 4 inches on her height-wise. One of the reasons Sarah hadn't slept well had been Hannah's whimpering through the night, murmuring something about frogs on occasion, but she hadn't bothered to wake her. Frog-filled nightmare or not, Sarah probably wouldn't have been able to sleep anyway. Not after the almost kiss that could either wreck everything or bring her and Micah into completely unknown territory. On a run, she loved the unknown. It meant adventure and thinking on her feet. In life? Not so much. Unknown had never really worked out for her, and she had always wondered if the precise nature of baking had been what she'd always loved about it. When you developed a recipe, you could do a little experimentation, but there were tried and true rules of baking to be followed for something to turn out well. Her rules with Micah had always been to never cross that line, not that they'd ever even gotten close, until last night. Becca had mentioned a few times he had feelings for her, but going there had always seemed far too risky to even think about. But last night, as the moonlight reflected on the small river, the two of them felt like the only two people in the world. The risk had paled in comparison to the possibility. Humpreater dinosaur descendant who can hope her wedding, Hannah mumbled as she twisted her face further into the drool she'd left on Sarah's shoulder. The moment she left dreamland was clear, as brows suddenly drew together and her nose scrunched, no doubt feeling the wetness. Eyes slowly opening, she squinted through one. What is that? Did it rain last night? And why are we snuggling? Doing her best to hold back her laughter, Sarah grinned. You, my friendly neighborhood koala, are a snuggler. And that water is your drool. Thanks for that, by the way. Immediately, Hannah took in her position and popped up to a sitting position. Oh my gosh, Sarah, I'm so sorry. Here, let me help dry dash. Girl, it's fine. I did enjoy your sleep-talking mix of English and gibberish, though. Kind of wish I'd filmed it. Dropping her face to her hands, Hannah groaned. I'm so glad you didn't. Jace and I haven't been together nearly long enough for him to know I drool in my sleep. That's something I don't plan to tell him until I don't know, the night before we get married. As if suddenly realizing what she said, Hannah's cheeks flamed to the color of her hair. I don't mean to imply, she sighed deeply. Just, forget everything that happened in the last 5 minutes, okay? Unable to hold it in any longer, Sarah burst into laughter then. Hannah, there's no way you two aren't going to make it down the aisle. Have you seen the way he looks at you? He was gone the minute you rode into town in the middle of the night and started spouting off random facts about serial killers. A throat cleared from outside the tent then, and Hannah's face turned even redder. She's right, Micah said as he joined in with Sarah's laughter. You're good, hon. He's kind of insufferable, he's so happy. Another groan, Hannah's head fell back. Jace isn't out there with you, is he? How much did you hear? The man in question's voice said with barely concealed mirth. Enough to know we should register for lots of extra hand towels when we do get married. And maybe some extra pillowcases. But don't worry, all the ladies drool over me on occasion. If they weren't already awake, the entire camp probably became that way at the sheer volume of Sarah, Micah, and Jace's laughter. Hannah wasn't quite so amused, but she took it on the chin. Embarrassment clear, she unzipped the tent a little with a cross between a glare and a smirk. Laying eyes on the man who'd fallen head over heels for her in the 6 months she'd been in town, she raised a brow. Do they now? That's the rumor, but I've only got eyes for you. Micah slapped Jace on the back as his laughter died down a little. Good answer, bro, good answer. The four of them made their way towards the campfire for breakfast, Robert and Cam already up and flipping pancakes on the large camp stove Robert had brought with them. A massive platter of fried bacon sat next to it, and a restaurant-sized bowl of uncooked eggs waited their turn on the other side. Morning guys, Cam called as he waved them over. Robert's already got the bacon going, and the rest will be ready soon. Jace, you mind grabbing the instant coffee and creamer out of the truck? It'll taste like toilet water, but I've never quite mastered the ability to make coffee that doesn't burn over the campfire. Robert chuckled, using a spatula to transfer the first 10 pancakes from the griddle to a towel-clad plate. I told you, low and slow. Do it over the embers, not the flame. The friendship between Cam and Robert had seemed a little unlikely when Cam moved to town with a clean-shaven face and more experience studying theologians than in the outdoors, but a friendship they'd formed. Turned out, Cam had enjoyed a life in their small mountain town more than he'd imagined he would, becoming an outdoorsman to rival most of them. Next trip, he said with a shrug. You guys ready for the canoe trip today? I hear canoeing can test the communication of a couple better than counseling ever could. He wiggled his eyebrows at the group, a mischievous grin landing on Hannah. Good practice, if nothing else. It's true, Micah said with a gentle elbow to Sarah's middle. Last time Sarah and I went canoeing, she pushed me in the lake. Well, at least if he was teasing her, he wasn't dwelling on the almosts and a what-ifs of last night. I'd deny it, but after the third time, he intentionally ran me under a tree branch on the banks. He's lucky he didn't get a paddle to the side of the head. She studied her nails dramatically before brushing them against her shoulder. Learned his lesson, though. Either do it right or let me steer. It was clear Hannah wasn't quite sure how to take the banter, but at least the blush from earlier had subsided some. You know, even growing up on the coast, I never really did any canoeing. My parents had a boat, and we rode jet skis some, but you never had to paddle any of our watercraft. Her eyes lit up then, and Sarah had come to learn that meant they were about to get some schooling in whatever the subject was. Did you know the earliest canoes were used by indigenous peoples for trade and transportation? They actually predate recorded history, but it's thought they've been in use for thousands of years. Jace had approached while she spoke and handed a bag of instant coffee to Cam. "That's my girl," he said as he wrapped an arm around her middle and kissed her head. "Making us all a little smarter every time we hang out with you." Blush back, but this time a welcome one, Hannah smiled shyly. The two of them were adorable, the nerd and the jock, all grown up. Hannah was her own brand of a neurospicy, she called it, with an extremely rare case of freakishly good recall. Apparently, her childhood had been full of bullies as a result, but she'd found peace with herself and her special and brilliant brain in adulthood. Having someone who loved her so well helped, for sure. What must it feel like to be able to be so unapologetically yourself with someone who loved you because of your issues, not in spite of them? Tearing her gaze from the happy couple, she looked up to find Micah watching her with what she could only describe as tenderness. At that moment, Robert raised a tin cup from his spot at the stove and began to bang a metal spoon against it. "Breakfast is ready," he called with a chuckle. "Come and get it." Chapter 11. Micah Cain, if you do not stop rocking this canoe right now, you are going back in the water. And this time, she wouldn't even avoid his head when she swung her paddle. Okay, maybe she would, but the thought was tempting. This river water comes from the top of the mountain, and it is cold. I have no intention of going in today. Everyone within hearing distance laughed at Sarah's outburst, not the first of which she'd experienced that day as Micah had continuously chosen to mess with her in different ways. One minute, he'd toss a wet clump of moss her way to make her jump and shriek. Next, he'd start rocking the canoe from his place in the back. To his credit, he'd not steered her into any low-hanging branches today, at least not yet.
Ah.
Come on, he teased. The sun is nice and warm today. Surely, it won't be too bad. He knew better, so she didn't even respond. Instead, she threw her iciest glare over her shoulder just as Hannah's shriek up ahead turned everyone's attention their way.
Uh-oh,
Micah said. Looks like they hit the rock. They had indeed, and Hannah and Jace's canoe perched precariously to the side as it slowly rotated from the upstream side of the rock to the one downstream. There was a small drop-off into the next section of water just after it, barely noticeable if you hit it head-on, but sideways? Oof. Stop your goofing around, and let's go help. If they tip over, it's going to nail shut any desire Hannah has to ever go camping again. Her friend might be more of an indoor girl, but she'd adapted impressively to mountain town life. Unless there were frogs, of course. Boat rocking abandoned, Micah steered their canoe skillfully towards the rock where Robert had already pointed his kayak, a thick tree branch hanging overhead. Maybe between the three of them, they could manage to get the boat pointed the right direction before it flipped. It wasn't a life or death situation, the water was only about 4 feet deep, and the current was strong but not impossible for even a moderately skilled swimmer. As they reached the other side of the rock, Sarah could feel Micah jabbing his paddle into the rocky sand below while Sarah reached out for the rock to see if she could wedge their boat in between a few of them. If she could get them stuck, hopefully one of them could climb over the larger rock and set Jace and Hannah's to rights. "It's okay, honey," Jace said softly. "You've got on a life jacket, and the water isn't deep. I'm doing my best to get us out." Sarah could hear Hannah nearly hyperventilating but doing her best to calm down from the other side of the boulder. "Don't worry about me," she wheezed. "I'm fine." The way their boat had hit the rock, it got stuck in the current surrounding it, which was proving difficult to break free from without flipping them both entirely. Once Sarah and Micah got their boat sufficiently wedged, Sarah stood to try and climb over the rock when a hand on her shoulder gently guided her back down. "Stay here and try to tie the boat off. I'll go." He gestured to the limb above the canoe, leaving no room for argument. Micah was firmly in protector mode despite the relatively low stakes of the moment. Even if last night hadn't happened the way it did, Sarah knew she'd be fighting the heat in her cheeks at the sight. "Be careful," Sarah said. Why did she sound so breathy? It's not like he was scaling a cliff. "And if you fall that way." She pointed downstream, the safest and deepest water to fall into. "And consider it your penance for rocking the boat." Micah snickered. "Will do." As he pulled himself up to the top of the boulder, his thick biceps straining against his swim shirt, he managed to lay himself down flat to extend a hand to Hannah. "The boat's about to tip. Just take my hand and climb into our boat. We'll meet Jace downstream." "Cool," Jace said sarcastically. "Didn't exactly plan to get wet today." Robert, who'd been busy fighting the current upstream in his kayak, finally reached them and tossed Sarah a rope to anchor himself to their canoe. "Then you should have steered better, Romeo." "How can I help, Micah?" "Just try and help Jace flip the canoe when it goes over," Micah replied as he pulled Hannah up from the canoe and onto the top of the rock.
And
There it goes. The instability of Hannah leaving the canoe tipped it the rest of the way over, with Jace toppling out clumsily. "Man overboard." They all laughed as Jace surfaced, grabbing the fully upside-down canoe as it tried to float by. "Don't think I didn't see that, best friend." His eyes narrowed despite their amusement as he ran his hand over his wet hair. "You did that on purpose." Sarah helped Hannah down into their canoe, the latter in much better spirits now that she was safely in an upright canoe. She climbed to the back to let Hannah take the front since Sarah was the far more experienced of the two of them. Micah sat on top of the boulder and turned his attention from Jace to where Sarah just slipped the knot out of its tie. "What are you doing?" Digging her paddle in to finish freeing the boat, Sarah lifted 3 fingers from her paddle's T-grip and waved. Payback is a hard pill to swallow. She expertly steered the canoe around the rock using the bottom of the river as leverage, sending herself and Hannah backwards down the small slope before she righted them with a quick back paddle. As Jace and Robert worked to flip the capsized canoe back over, Micah's jaw hung open from his spot still atop the rock. They were the last in the group, and there was no way Robert and Jace were letting him get in the canoe without at least getting a little wet. "Have fun, boys." Sarah stuck her paddle over her head in a sort of connoisseur's wave before handing Hannah Micah's paddle while the two of them broke into schoolgirl giggles. Well, if nothing else, at least she'd stop getting slimy moss tossed her way. "You're mean," Hannah said through her laughter. "But I like it." Placing the tips of her fingers in the chilly water and flicking a little towards Hannah, Sarah grinned. "Payback is a dish best served cold." Micah got out of his and Jace's canoe an hour later at the agreed-upon lunch spot, a beach about halfway between where they'd put in and where the canoe company would come pick up their boats and take them back to the campsite. He was wet from the chest down, but the mischievous grin on Sarah's face when she spotted him pulling the boat up on the shore was totally worth it. She'd been too stressed since she found out about her dad's release, too anxious about what was to come. Micah could take a lot of burdens off her plate, but not that one. No matter what he did, there was no way he could completely shield her from it. Jace wiped a towel down his arms and face, even wetter than Micah and Robert thanks to going all the way under. "Hey, you okay, man? You've got your problem-solving face on." The girls had already moved up the beach to start unpacking their dry bag full of sandwiches, chips, and fruit. Robert brought up the rear, pulling his kayak onto the beach last just in case they'd had any stragglers get in trouble. He reached the two of them just as Micah unclipped his life jacket to let it hang open. "I told you Sarah's dad's getting out of prison. His release is scheduled within the next few weeks. She's pretty stressed about it, but I feel like there may be more she's not telling me." Both men were technically law enforcement, Robert's just being more animal-related than anything. He was a good guy, a good friend. Micah was thankful hadn't distanced himself too much after Felicity had torn the poor man's heart out and stepped on it. No one, including family, really knew why she left so abruptly in the first place. Robert had mostly moved past it, but Micah was careful never to mention his sister when Robert was around. At the moment, it was the law enforcement side of both that came out. What do you mean, more? Jace crossed his arms over his chest, his own life jacket having been tossed in the canoe. He hasn't tried to contact her, has he? Not that I know of. But had he? Was that why she'd been acting like she was hiding something the last few weeks? Surely, she'd have told him if that was the case. Right? If he has, I haven't heard anything about it. As they spoke, Sarah, Hannah, Harper, and a bunch of the other young women sat on the ground and ate their food. They all appeared to be having a good time, but Micah couldn't help but notice her eyes occasionally drift towards him. Robert thought for a moment, wheels turning as he considered all possible angles. She's registered for that race, right? The Ultra? They were using the national park, so Robert was pretty involved in the planning. He wasn't a runner himself, but he hiked miles and miles most weeks. Felicity had always said the woods were his safe place, not all that unlike Sarah. Robert had grown up wealthy, attending a private boarding school until he'd gotten kicked out in 10th grade. He'd been sent to live with his uncle Earl, a fish and wildlife officer in his own right. At first, Micah hadn't thought he was good enough for his sister, that he'd get her into trouble. But before long, he realized he was just a hurt kid whose angry exterior masked the real person beneath. Not to mention, the reason he'd gotten kicked out was pretty ridiculous in the first place.
Yeah.
She's registered. I'm not crazy about her being out there for all those miles alone, but she didn't really ask my opinion. The idea of her getting hurt with no one around twisted his gut, but what could he do other than agreeing to crew her? It was a loop course, so she'd see them twice during the race and then finish at base camp as well. At least for those moments, he could be sure she was safe. Robert shrugged. Aren't you a runner too? Could you run it with her? With a scoff, Jace clapped a hand on Micah's back. He's a runner, but he's not that kind of a runner. My bro can hang with Sarah for about 10 miles, but he's huffing and puffing after that. A 50-miler is something else entirely. Honestly, Jace was right. If I didn't pass out and fall down the mountain, I'd at least get injured trying to push myself to that distance. Just an idea, Robert said. I can put some extra aid stations out on the course if it'll ease your mind. Each of them are manned by one park employee and one volunteer. That actually would be nice, especially since Nathan would most definitely be out by August.
Yeah.
If you could do that, it would at least give us less ground without anyone seeing her. Jace ran a hand through his beard as he studied Micah, his brows furrowed. What exactly are you afraid is going to happen out there? I have no idea. It felt a little silly saying it out loud, but he'd never minded being a little silly if it meant keeping Sarah safe. I just don't have a good feeling about it. You know, Robert said as he ran a hand through his dark hair. This is probably the point where I should remind you to trust her safety to the Lord and stop trying to do everything yourself. He held his hand up as Micah started to speak. But I'm not going to do that because it would be hypocritical of me. With that, he turned and walked towards the rest of the group, leaving Jace and Micah to stew on his cryptic words. Man, Jace said finally. Your sister really messed him up, didn't she? Chapter 12. Thanks so much to everyone for coming out to the 5th annual park cleanup day. Sarah couldn't be more pleased with the turnout, especially the contingent of high school kids who'd come out and partied after prom and attracted the bears. Thankfully, Robert's previous cleanup efforts had mitigated the problem, but part of the kids' consequence was they were to come out and help clean. Rainey stood off to the side with a clipboard full of assignments, but Sarah spotted her glancing over at Carson occasionally. He'd been with the group that came to party in the woods, but she hadn't. Hopefully, the girl would realize soon she'd dodged a bullet. If everyone will come over and see Rainey for your assignments, she's got the list of tasks and what we need to get them done. After that, pop over and see Micah. She gestured towards the bathroom building where Micah stood with tables and tubs of supplies. Tell him your assignment, and he'll get you whatever you need. Lunch is free today and will be sandwiches from Paula's and dessert from the bakery, so try and get back here by noon so you don't miss a thing. All the extra fun stuff like bounce houses, live music, and extra food trucks will come in around 3 o'clock. As volunteers, you guys get free admission and game tickets. The community had really turned out in droves, providing what they could, whether it be goods, services, or a helping hand. Some businesses, like the resort, had a vested interest in keeping the areas around them clean, so they were actually paying their staff their hourly wage to come out and clean all day. They'd also donated equipment such as gloves, bags, buckets, trimmers, and even a couple of chainsaws for the group to go with Robert to clear felled trees from the trail. Micah waved, making a show of gesturing towards all the things he had around him. As folks chuckled, Sarah took in the sight. Not only were the town employees and the teens there, but a number of families with children had come too. Jace, Hannah, Cam, Harper, and at least 20 other church members had come, including Matt, Becca, and their daughter, Ginger. Even Mrs. Janice Peabody had turned out to help. As unpleasant a person as she was, Sarah couldn't help but be impressed. Be sure to let Rainey know if you either brought your own chainsaw or are comfortable wielding one. All right, I think that's it. If you run into any problems, the card we gave you has all our contact numbers. And, go. As folks shuffled to form a line for Rainey and her clipboard, Mayor Barrett came to stand beside Sarah. The man was in his late 40s or early 50s, and everyone in town respected him. You've outdone yourself this year, Sarah. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you ever want a job in my office as an event planner, say the word. Sarah grinned, flattered by the praise. Every time she planned an event, he said something similar. Event planning was something her brain naturally did well, but having Micah's help this time had been so nice. He'd actually rounded up even larger donations than normal from businesses, though it wasn't lost on her they were all owned by young, single women. With the extra resources coming for the event, she couldn't even bring herself to feel jealous. I'm pretty happy where I am, but thank you for the compliment, Mayor. It really does mean a lot. With a fatherly pat to her shoulder, Mayor Barrett shrugged. Gotta give it a shot. I'm off to try not to lose a finger to a chainsaw. If you do, Teresa and Harper are in the med tent all day. Sarah winked as the mayor moved toward the back of the line, clearly laughing by the shake of his shoulders. Micah was also available if needed, but he'd been looking forward to going out with the chainsaw crew for weeks. What it was with boys and their toys, she didn't know, but he couldn't wait. The morning passed quickly, with everyone getting their assignments and out to work on them pretty efficiently. Rainey's list had the number of folks they needed to do a certain job, and she wrote each of their names in the spaces provided. If one person or family was better suited to one than another, she just made that call. The teens who'd come out as a consequence from their parents actually did a great job clearing trash from some of the picnic and camping sites Robert and his team could never seem to keep completely clean. They did their best, but the yearly cleanup was key to making it happen. The bathroom crew had a great time, blasting music while they cleaned, a perfect job for some of the families with smaller children. Cam led a contingent of church folks down at the lake's beach, as trash and driftwood tended to come up on shore on occasion. The driftwood they stacked would function as firewood for beach bonfires, but it was really the trash pickup that was key. It had been a week since the campout, a week since the almost kiss with Micah, and the two of them had acted like it never happened. It was to the point now where Sarah was almost starting to wonder if she dreamed it. And fortunately, while her own mental health was better after the come to Jesus moment she'd had on the trip, she hadn't managed to work up the courage to tell Micah about the envelopes. But she also hadn't received any more. Maybe it was just someone out to scare her, a prank of some sort? Conviction pricked her that she knew better, but those boxes in her mind could be bolted shut at will, which meant she'd almost forgotten about them during the week of cleanup planning. Almost. By the time Micah pulled his truck into his driveway that evening, he was both bone-tired and incredibly proud of everything Sarah had accomplished with the park cleanup. She'd ridden over with him that morning, as they'd arrived to get everything set up just as the sun rose. Between the cleanup itself and the festivities after, he was clearly not the only one exhausted. Head laid back on the passenger seat of his truck, Sarah had fallen fast asleep in the short drive from the park back to their houses. Her mouth had opened the tiniest bit, and a lock of strawberry blonde hair had fallen across her face. As they idled in his driveway, Micah allowed himself to just take in the sight of her for a moment. In sleep, she was completely peaceful and as beautiful as always. He'd replayed that night at the river in his mind over and over again, wondering how he could bring it up without risking awkwardness in their friendship. Or maybe it was worth the risk. A glance in his rearview mirror at Sarah's house just across the street had all thoughts of their almost kiss fleeing from his mind. There, in the dusky light, it was plain as day someone had spray painted the front of her cottage with the words "I warned you." Rage and anxiety sluiced through his body as he tapped Sarah on the arm. "Sarah, wake up and go inside my house. Lock the door, and don't open it for anyone but me." Reaching under his seat, Micah pulled out the lockbox he kept there with his pistol and placed his thumb on the print sensor. It popped open just as Sarah began to stir. "What? What's wrong?" Her voice was sleepy, but her eyes went big at the sight of his gun. "Micah, what dash? Go inside my house and call 911, then call Jace on his cell. Someone vandalized your house, and I'm going to make sure they're gone." She bolted upright, unlatching her seatbelt as she did so. Hopping out of the truck and completely ignoring his instructions, Sarah immediately started towards her own home until Micah caught up and grabbed her arm. "Sarah, I try not to order you around and let you run your own life, but if you do not go inside my house until the coast is clear, I'm going to throw you over my shoulder right now and tie you to the stair rail." The words tumbled out before he could stop them, but at least they broke through her reckless haze. She nodded and pulled out her phone. "I'm calling." Satisfied she'd at least stay in his yard if not his house, Micah moved forward with his gun pointed to the ground. The sight of her running shoe collection, covered in red spray paint as well, tore his heart out nearly as much as the words on her house. Her front porch furniture had gotten it as well, and he could only imagine what the back deck must look like. Unfortunately, he didn't have to imagine for long. The front door was still locked tight, so Micah moved around back to see the patio furniture her Nana had purchased over 15 years ago flipped over the side of the deck and caught in the brush and rocks down the mountain. The wrought iron table was still there, but it was splattered red as well. An envelope was taped to the back window, and Micah knew Jace would tell him not to touch it, but he couldn't help himself. Photos of Sarah running in the woods were inside, and it was clear she had no idea the photo was being taken. The idea made him sick, but not as sick as he was when he pulled out the last piece of paper. "Tried to be nice." That was all it said. Micah's hands shook in rage as he studied the photos again, but only for a moment until he heard the sirens from the police Sarah had called. Jogging around to the front of the house, Micah spotted her kneeling between his garage and his truck, the shaking of her body visible even from here. Justice could come later. Right now, she was at risk for shock. Jace pulled into Sarah's driveway just as Sarah stood and shakily moved their direction. Are they gone?" The break in her voice just about undid him, and he handed his gun to Jace as he held out his arms to her. "They're gone, I think." The door was still locked, but they did some damage to the back too. "Jace," he said as Sarah burrowed herself into his hold. "Do you have backup coming? I didn't make it inside yet." In answer, another squad car came rolling down the street, sirens on as well. Quincy, one of his deputies, exited the vehicle. "Is the scene clear, boss?" "Don't know yet. Give me cover, and we'll make sure they're gone." Sarah pulled back from Micah's hold, her eyes red. "I want to see what they did." Running his hands up and down her arms, Micah sighed. "You can. Give them a minute to make sure it's secure." Once they were sure the coast was clear, Micah clutched her hand as he led her to the front porch and around back. Her shoe collection being completely trashed sent a tear down her cheek, but it was her grandmother's deck furniture that threatened to tear her apart. The amount of time the two of them had spent out here over the years before Nana died, it was special. Handing Jace the envelope, Micah wrapped his arm around Sarah's shoulders. This was taped to the back window. Her head popped up, and it was only then Micah registered the lack of surprise there. In fact, the message on the note made it seem like this wasn't the first case of harassment either. "Sarah, have you gotten one of these before?" Her silence was answer enough as tears fell faster down her cheeks, but she nodded anyway. "I've gotten two." "Are there pictures in that one?" A half hour later, Micah leaned against the bookshelf in her cottage's living room trying to get a handle on his temper. He'd never lost it on Sarah, but when he learned she'd received 2 threats and not told him, it had taken everything he had not to come completely unglued. But it also wasn't the time to discuss it. Jace did an excellent job of asking his questions with a neutral expression, but Micah could see him occasionally glancing his way as though watching a ticking time bomb. Finally, he asked the question Micah had been wanting to know since the second he started. "Why didn't you tell us about the first 2 notes?" "Sarah, you're a smart woman. I know you know how bad this is." The tears had dried, and Sarah's voice sounded a little raspy. "At first, I thought it was someone playing a prank. Then, there were other things going on. I planned to tell both you and Micah after the camping trip, but I kept chickening out. I hate it when people worry about me, and somehow not acknowledging it made it feel less real." She stood, moving into her kitchen and opening one of her drawers. "These are the first 2 envelopes I got." Jace donned his gloves and dropped them into the evidence bag after taking a look at the photos. "They obviously know you've been training for this race. I think the smartest thing would be to forego running for a while. At least until we figure out what's going on." Jace probably hadn't expected that to be the thing to break her in all this, but Micah wasn't a bit surprised to see the color drain from her face. "I can't," she whispered. "They won't take that from me." "Sarah," Jace said as he stepped closer. "I'm not saying forever. We could even find you a good treadmill and you could run at your house. I don't think it's a great idea for you to go traipsing all over the trails until August. Then, there's the race itself. It's hours out there in the woods alone." "I'll run it with her," Micah said firmly. Some logical part of his brain knew he was nowhere near the fitness level of a 50-mile race, but he'd get there. "And I'll train with her too. We'll do all our runs together." As angry and hurt he was she'd kept this from him, there was no way this creep would take running from her. A treadmill wasn't the same, at least not for her. Sarah ran to escape the world. She took to the woods because it gave her peace. She prayed on the run, she thought on the run, and she listened to what God had to tell her. She told him once it was a lifeline for her. When she'd broken her arm back in November and been unable to run for a month, it had been tougher on her than even Micah expected. "Micah," she said with a hitch in her voice. "That's incredibly sweet, but you're nowhere near ready for something like that. You'll hurt yourself." Her eyes went glassy again, and Micah crossed the room to take her face in his hands. Completely uncaring of Jace and Quincy's presence in the room, he lowered his forehead to hers. She needed running, and she needed it in nature. It distracted her from her father's release, from her mother's general awfulness, and from whoever it was who had it out for her. They'd not take that from her. "I'll have to be. You're not doing this alone." Chapter 13. Sarah took a deep breath as she clutched the bakery's door handle the next morning. She'd given Jace permission to tell Becca what was going on, and Matt had agreed to do whatever cybersecurity work he did at the bakery until they figured out who'd left the envelopes. The guy had been some sort of CIA agent or Special Forces soldier before he and Becca married, but now he exclusively worked remotely on things he couldn't tell anyone about. Would Becca be angry at her for not telling anyone? To be honest, in hindsight, that decision was incredibly dumb. If Hannah or Becca had been in the same position, she'd have immediately pushed them to go to the police and sound the alarm. Her logic was clear about that, so why had she not been able to bring herself to do it? After Jace and Quincy left the night before, she and Micah had had a long talk. He'd been hurt she hadn't told him, but mostly he'd been angry at her father or whoever it was who was behind this. Of course, he'd accepted her apology for keeping him in the dark, but there was no way someone with as good a childhood as he had could understand what it meant to avoid things as a method of coping. The hinges squeaked as she opened the bakery's front door, and Becca looked up from her spot behind the counter. Rather than anger or even reproach, the emotion that settled on her boss and friend's face was maybe even worse. It was concern, and Sarah hated for people to worry about her. Becca rounded the counter as her expression morphed into compassion. "I'm not going to scold you," she said as she placed firm hands on Sarah's shoulders. "But I need you to get one thing through that pretty head of yours right now, Sarah Quinn. You are not alone here. You've built a family here from the mess that was your life, and your family isn't going anywhere." Pulling her into a tight hug, Becca somehow made Sarah feel comfortable and warm despite everything else. Quickly, she pulled back, having known Sarah long enough to know she didn't welcome a fuss. "Now, I hear Micah is running this race with you, and I need to know what the likelihood is of our town doctor keeling over from a heart attack out in the woods. He keeps saying he'll be fine, but I genuinely don't know how he's going to manage it. I'm already up to 90 miles a week in my training, but I'm going to modify it somewhat for a while so he can try to catch up." It was the end of June, 2 weeks before her father's set release and 6 weeks until the race. "He's a stubborn one." "Yep. The two of you are perfect for each other. You're both stubborn in your own ways, but I have no doubt that when you finally get your head out of your behind and figure out the man is madly in love with you, your relationship will be fireworks in the best way." Sarah's mouth dropped open at what was probably the most direct Becca had ever been about her opinions surrounding Micah and Sarah. "Becca, you know we're just dash. Do not say if friends. You two haven't been just friends since the summer between his undergrad and medical school. I may be an old mom these days, but I'm not blind. I can see the way he looks at you the second you two get in the same room. You look at him the same way. You almost orbit each other without even trying, content to let one or the other be the center of attention while the other hangs back. You know what the other's thinking without saying a word." Becca paused, her eyes narrowed with feeling. "I love the both of you like you're my own family, and maybe it's everything that's gone on in your life making me stick my nose where it doesn't belong, but you two have a foundation most married folks would kill for. Don't spend another 10 years pining over each other because you were deeply hurt by a man who claimed to love you." Memories of Vance's anger over her refusal to sleep with him on their third date flooded over her, and she nearly recoiled at the memory. "Vance didn't claim to love me. They'd only gone on 2 dates before he'd assumed she'd give her body to him." Sarah's spiral into dating boys she shouldn't have meant she wasn't a virgin, but she'd also sensed something off about Vance from their very first date. It was that gut feeling that had her trying to leave his apartment that night when he'd made it clear what he wanted, and the same gut feeling got her thrown down the stairs much the same way she had as a child in her parents' home. "I wasn't talking about Vance, Sarah. I meant your dad. He claimed to love you, right?" Becca knew what it meant to have a father who didn't live up to what he should, as her own had left them to their own devices when the going got tough. "He said he did." To be honest, Sarah had never been able to reconcile the few memories she had of her father prior to his arrest with the man who'd abused her and her mother. He often chose drugs over her, but the times he was sober were good ones. She remembered him playing with her in the backyard, fumbling through attempts to make her a flower crown. They'd spend hours in the woods, him teaching her to identify certain plants and animals, though she'd forgotten most of them by now. He'd actually also been a fish and wildlife officer with Robert's uncle until the drugs took that from him too. The man he was in the courtroom the day she'd been called to testify was a broken one. He'd pled guilty, but his face had been incredibly pale as photos of Sarah's and her mother's injuries had been shown. She'd even watched tears flow down his cheeks, something that had felt odd to her 7-year-old brain. Becca squeezed her shoulders once more before letting go. "Micah's not your father, and he's certainly not Vance. He's a good man, and he'll treat you the way you deserve to be treated. And if I'm the thing that turns good men into monsters?" Even as the words left her lips, Sarah realized it was a fear she'd done her best to ignore, but it was always simmering in the background. "My dad said he loved me, but then he apparently turned into a monster. I dated guy after guy after guy who were nice at first, but then everything went horribly wrong. And Vance. He was a police officer in Hamilton, and look where that ended up. What if it's me, Becca?" It was only in that moment that Sarah remembered they were still in the bakery's dining room, though thankfully it hadn't opened yet. The memories washed over her of what the men in her life had been before and after, and the idea of Micah turning into anything like them would kill her. You can't possibly believe that, Becca breathed. Nothing any of them did was because of you. You're only responsible for your own actions, Sarah Quinn. Not to mention, you and Micah have basically been in a relationship for years without calling it that. You know him better than anyone. Can you honestly tell me that you think he's hiding some darkness beneath the surface that's just going to pop out like the boogeyman the moment you kiss him? No, she honestly didn't. Who Micah Cain showed to the world was exactly who he was, but her track record spoke for itself. Then I'll mess it up, and he'll be gone. I can't lose him, Becca. I'd rather have him as a friend than love each other for a time and lose him altogether. The idea of him settling down with a nice woman like Harper threatened to tear her heart out of her chest, but she'd smile through it if it meant he'd be happy. Becca pulled her in for another hug, and Sarah realized the tears she'd been doing her best to swallow had spilled over onto her cheeks. You're forgetting one big piece in all this. Probably the biggest piece there is. What's that? In this whole heart-to-heart about your fears of what will happen to you and Micah, you've not once mentioned trusting God to guide the both of you in whatever relationship you might have. If he guides you to it, he'll guide you through it. You're acting as though it's a given you and Micah will break up, but what if you don't? What if the dreams of a husband and family you say aren't for you but you secretly long for are actually right across the street from your house? I've known you a long time, and I was in full support of you taking some time away from dating after what happened with Vance, but you can move on. You get to be happy. Becca's words hit her like a ton of bricks. Did she, the girl who'd been in survival mode for most of her life, really get to be happy? Was that part of the plan God had for her? She'd heard Pastor Cam say before that God was more concerned with our holiness than our happiness, but could she have both? The rest of the day passed with far less drama, at least as far as Sarah was concerned. Business at the bakery wasn't too busy, but there was a steady stream of customers all day. Becca's daughter, Ginger, often hung out at the bakery during the summer, and Sarah always had a good time teaching her some of the fundamentals of baking in the same way Becca had taught her. There you go, Sarah said as Ginger leveled the scoop of flour. Now put it in the bowl, and we're going to make a little well to pour the egg into. Ginger did as she said before turning her nose up to face Sarah. Why do we make a well? You know, I have no idea. It's just what your mom always told me to do, so it's what I do. Hannah popped her head into the kitchen from her spot at the counter. It's so the wet and dry ingredients can stay mostly separate until it's time to mix them, and you don't have to dirty a second bowl. They combine better that way. Well, that makes sense, Sarah said with a shrug. She gave Ginger a conspiratorial elbow. Do we think they would notice if we didn't do it that way? Most people wouldn't, but Mom definitely would. It was true. Becca had a weird sixth sense about stuff like that. She could tell just about any issue someone had run into while baking simply from the taste, texture, and form of the food. It was equal parts impressive and creepy.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Speaking of Becca, the woman in question opened the glass door that led into her office and threw her hands up in the air. That's it. I'm replacing the computer. Both Sarah and Ginger cheered while Matt looked on from his makeshift setup inside the office with a grin. It's about time, Sarah laughed. Becca had been fighting with the dinosaur of a machine since she'd hired Sarah just out of high school, and it only made her madder every year. Let me know if you want me to go with you to pick one out. Becca's eyes narrowed in a manner that meant she was in the process of getting an idea. You know what? That sounds like fun. She looked at her watch. We were supposed to close early today anyway because of the work they're doing on the sidewalk. Matt, she called into the office. He appeared in the doorway a moment later, leaning his broad frame against it. Yes, ma'am. Both his amusement and love for his wife were clear. Hannah, Sarah, and I are going to Bozeman to get a new computer this afternoon. Can you and Ginger figure out dinner on your own? Of course we can, but are you sure about only the three of you going? His eyes flicked to Sarah, but he didn't speak. Becca thought for a moment, then nodded. Yep, I'm sure. We need it, Not to mention we haven't properly celebrated Hannah's acceptance into the patisserie program yet. No celebration necessary, Hannah called again. But I'm up for a road trip. A few hours later, the three of them had piled into Becca's SUV to head to Bozeman. Honestly, the whole thing felt a whole lot like when she and Becca had kidnapped Hannah in the middle of the night to look at the northern lights after a particularly bad day at the baking competition. For Becca, it had always been relationships and people came before the business. She was a shrewd businesswoman, but the dark-haired, brown-eyed beauty was more than gorgeous and smart, she was also deeply kind. "I spy with my little eye," Becca said as they passed what had to be the 5th ranch of the hour drive. "Something brown." Hannah's head popped up from the middle seat in back. "The entire interior of your car?" Becca's tank of a vehicle Matt had insisted on getting for her was black with brown leather interior. The heated seats were nice in the winter, but they didn't exactly narrow down the choices. "Nope," Becca grinned. "One of the 200 cows we've seen along the way?" Sarah offered. Ding, ding, ding. "Your turn, Sarah." As they drove the last few miles into Bozeman, Sarah realized how much lighter she felt doing this with her friends than she had in weeks. Running was peaceful for her, an escape when she needed it most, but her friends brought a level of joy to her life she didn't realize she missed until she had it again. No matter how close she was with Micah, there had always been something special about female friendships for her. "So Hannah," Sarah said as she turned in her seat. "How are you feeling about France?" At least a dozen different emotions passed over her face as she absent-mindedly picked at a spot on her leggings. "I'm really excited to go and learn from them, but I'm also nervous they made a mistake in accepting me in the first place. I've never had any formal training, at least not yet, and I can't imagine what they saw in me. They saw you and Becca kill it in the mistletoe magic competition, and they've seen you blow up on social media since." Sarah hadn't really been involved, but since the competition, Rainey had started running a social media page for the bakery. She'd done all sorts of cute reels, and even had Becca and Hannah doing some dances. With Sarah's family history, she'd shied away from the spotlight, but it was always fun to watch them film. Mostly the page was a collection of baking tips and gorgeous creations they'd come up with. Sarah had been featured a time or two, but she was generally content to fade into the background.
Yeah.
But there are hundreds of bakers who applied and are more talented than I am. Hannah's confidence was something that tended to come in waves. She was far better than she gave herself credit for, and Jace's gentle encouragement had gone so far in helping her see her own potential, but it was something she was still working through. Becca flipped on her blinker and got off the first exit into Bozeman. There were a couple of electronics stores she'd looked up on the way in, and they'd chosen the one with the best reviews. It didn't hurt that it was close to a bunch of fun restaurants and shopping. "One of these days, Hannah Banana, you're going to realize you're deserving of the beautiful things that come your way. In the meantime, we're going to keep telling you. Besides, chances are you will have a couple of epic fails in France, but Sarah, what's my philosophy on failure? Fail fast and fail forward," she parroted. Becca had been telling her that since she was a teenager, always the big sister for young women who needed one. That's right. You don't get anywhere good without a little failure. Learn from it, pivot, and move on. Chapter 14. By the time they got home that night, Sarah was stuffed to the gills from the pizza place where they'd had dinner and the proud owner of 2 new pairs of running shoes to build back up her collection. She'd also grabbed a couple extra fueling gels, as there was nowhere near Reindeer Pass that she could buy them in person. Online was fine, but she tended to buy the flavors she'd always used, and she wanted to branch out a little. Micah had texted on and off throughout the afternoon and evening, mostly just checking to make sure she was safe and having a good time. She had, and the lightness she'd felt shopping for computers and eating with her friends felt better than she had in some time. Even on the camping trip, the nagging worry of no one else knowing about the envelopes meant she also felt guilty. Now everyone knew, and it felt like the weight was somehow lighter. There was something in there about sharing burdens with the body of Christ, but she was too tired to find it at the moment. Just as she pulled into her driveway, she spotted Micah sitting on her front porch steps. He'd cleared off the vandalized shoe collection and cleaned her front porch furniture pretty well from what she could see in the porch light. Had he done the back, too? Was it possible Nana's furniture she'd saved so long for might actually be salvaged? Hopping out, Sarah approached the steps. Looks like someone's been busy. You know you could have just waited inside my house, or yours. He shrugged, looking adorably unkempt in his basketball shorts and t-shirt that had both seen better days, his lawn care shoes splattered with who knew what. Wait, why could she see all that at nearly midnight? Suddenly, she realized both her porch and floodlights were much brighter than normal. Wait, did you replace the bulbs? I did, he replied. They're motion sensors, and I added cameras. Charlie's husband mentioned he'd had installed outside her apartment before they got married. Charlie Edwards Jameson was a longtime friend of all of them in Reindeer Pass. She'd fled her home of Magnolia Island over a decade ago after learning her parents were part of a drug ring, but she'd left a broken-hearted Aiden Jameson behind. She'd gone by the name Bev Jameson in Reindeer Pass, but Sarah had always thought there was more to her abrupt arrival. Thankfully, that case had been solved, and she'd been able to get on with her life with Aiden. Time and bad actors had stolen too many years from them, and Sarah was giddy to hear the two of them had eloped in the spring. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Wow, I thought you might fight me on it. He took one of her hands in his and squeezed it. How are you coping with all this? It can't be easy. Mostly, I'm shoving it into tiny boxes in my brain and trying not to think about it, but I'm definitely having some nightmares. She'd had nightmares for years, though, an unfortunate side effect from her spectacular compartmentalization skills. If it's anything like last time, they'll last for a few months before they die down. It wasn't until his expression changed from concern to alarm Sarah realized what she'd said. Did she tell him about what had happened with Vance? He'd never pried, but it was clear on his face it's where his mind had jumped. What do you mean, last time? His voice was low, jaw tight as though trying to keep a lid on things. Has this happened before? Well, she'd known the time would come eventually to tell him, and it might as well be now. Come on inside. This isn't a conversation for my front yard. Micah's entire body shook with anger as Sarah laid out what he'd feared to be true all those years ago. Sarah sat next to him on the couch, completely unaware of his desperate attempt to control his emotions, her attention completely set in the past. He didn't really try anything until the third date, she said softly. To that point, he'd been a gentleman. He'd paid on dates and opened doors for me. He'd even told off a guy at a bar who'd said something rude to me. Solely because he suspected they had bigger fish to fry, Micah let that last part slide. That's just normal date behavior. It's not anything above and beyond. It's what you should expect. He knew there were plenty of women these days who preferred to pay or go Dutch. He could respect their opinions, but it had never been how he did things. Maybe, but I wasn't used to it. Anyway, we went back to his apartment after dinner to watch a movie, and he made it clear he wanted more than I was willing to give at the moment. Looking back, there was something telling me he was off, so maybe that saved me to some degree. He started getting upset about it, calling me a tease. He started mentioning all the things he'd done for me up to that point, and that's when I got up to leave. Micah's teeth clenched so hard he knew he probably ought to call his dentist. But he didn't let you. It was a statement, not a question. The answer was clear all over her face. Not at first. He stood in front of the door to block my way, and it was at that moment I knew I was really in trouble. I had flashbacks to all the near misses I'd experienced with my mom's boyfriends as a kid, and I wondered if this would finally be it. She told him all about the nights her mom traipsed unknown dudes through their home with a young daughter just on the other side of the door. She'd even taken to pushing her dresser in front of the door every night because of the way they'd looked at her, a couple of them even trying to open it. He started yelling. He grabbed my purse and threw it against his wall. He didn't know my phone was in my pocket, or he'd probably have tried to get it too. If Vance Cole was anywhere near Reindeer Pass that night, Micah probably would have ended up getting arrested. As it was, he'd moved years ago to Colorado, and now Micah feared this was the reason why. Sarah continued as though Micah wasn't a volcano about to erupt sitting beside her. He punched me in the face, but he'd been drinking, so he was a little off balance. I managed to take advantage of that and get around him to the door. I didn't care about my purse, my keys, or anything at the moment but getting out of there. She stopped and took a deep breath, only looking his way then. Her eyes widened, and she placed her hand on his. Micah, your face is so red. You've got the gist of it. I don't need to tell you the rest. You do, he growled. His anger wasn't at her, never at her, but he knew good and well how scary he must look at the moment. I'm all right. Keep going. Willing his pulse rate to slow, Micah tried to focus on the exhale of his breathing rather than the inhale. It's fine, Sarah. Really? Looking a little unsure, she continued anyway. He chased me out the door and tried to grab me, but I pulled free at the top of the stairs. I lost my footing, though, and tumbled down 2 flights of stairs. She gave a wholly unamused chuckle. Stairs and I apparently don't get along too well. It had actually been a set of stairs when she had broken her wrist in November, but that was the only incident which even resembled clumsiness. The one with Vance and her experience as a child had both been the result of angry men thinking they had a right to manhandle the women in their lives. I had a concussion, a broken collarbone, and a bunch of bruises. Honestly, it could have been worse, but I'll honestly never wish it hadn't happened. Her eyes drifted to Micah's, and she squeezed his hand again. I met Jesus in the hospital room, Micah. When I was at my lowest, feeling like the absolute most cliché continuation of the cycle I possibly could, Becca swept in like the mother mine never was and took care of me. She let Charlie run the bakery for 2 weeks while she stayed with me in the hospital, drove me to and from appointments, and read Bible stories to me I'd never heard in my life. His pulse rate still refused to slow, but there was a small voice inside him whispering the truth of her words. The idea of anything causing her pain would forever be a knife to the gut, but he had to admit God had used the situation to his glory. It didn't mean he wouldn't risk getting arrested if Vance was in the room at the moment, but it was at least some glimmer of gratitude. Why didn't you tell me when it happened? You were all the way in New York pulling 80-hour weeks at the hospital. You were in your first year of residency. It wasn't something I wanted to burden you with and, to be honest, I was embarrassed. She bit her lip and held up a hand as he started to speak. I know I shouldn't have been, but you've known me long enough to know what I do when there's trouble. You avoid it. His voice was somewhere between a growl and a whisper, but he was doing his best to control it. You gotta stop doing that, kid. You're going to be the cause of my gray hair. Sarah squeezed his hand, somehow giving him some of her calm. I'll tell you what. I'll promise to tell you whenever stuff like this happens in the future, but you have to promise not to act like some sort of deranged bodyguard when it does. I don't mind you running the race with me, but you're probably going to get hurt. What then? She was right, and he knew it. The likelihood of injury when pushing so hard in a short period of time was begging for an overuse injury. Were it a single one of his patients, he'd never advise it. At least his physical therapist buddy, Slade, had agreed to meet with him a few times a week to at least give him some sort of recovery options. It would cost him out of pocket, but Sarah didn't need to know that. We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Right now, I think we both need to get ready for bed if we're going to get up at 4 o'clock for the long run. Call if you need me for anything, okay? I'm 30 seconds away, and I can be here in 10 if I need to be. Sarah chuckled. What are you going to do, sleep in your shoes? It's going to take you longer than that to get them on if I call. That was exactly what he was going to do, but she didn't need to know that either. You'd be amazed at how much damage I can do in my bunny slippers. With a wink, he stood and wrapped Sarah up in another one of their long hugs that had gotten more frequent as of late. As much as he'd have liked to stay and bask in it, he really did need to get some shut-eye. With a tweak to her nose, Micah grinned. Sweet dreams. Chapter 15. Sarah jumped over a small creek that crossed the trail, doing her best not to end up with swamp feet as she did so. Need a break, Cain? We can walk for a while if you want. That was the nice thing about ultra running. You didn't necessarily have to run the whole thing, and some portions were actually impossible to take at a fast clip. Some of the climbs and descents were so steep and technical that taking them at any real speed was practically asking for a broken ankle. It had been 2 weeks since the day they'd gone into Bozeman to get Becca's new computer, and 2 weeks since she'd finally spilled her guts over what had happened with Vance. To his credit, Micah hadn't hovered the way she thought he might since then, though she'd stayed true to her word to keep her phone on her. The computer at least seemed to be working well, but Becca hadn't had much chance to play with it since the stomach bug had run through their home that week. The victims' advocacy organization had called to let Sarah know her father had been officially released at the end of June, but it hadn't sent her into a spiral the way she thought it might. Becca and Hannah checked in with how she was feeling often, but God had given her peace in the situation. She'd wondered if the news might bring back flashbacks of what actually happened the night he'd thrown her down the stairs, but it never had. Micah jumped the creek as well before slowing to a walk beside her, huffing and puffing as he tried to catch his breath. "I'd say no, but I'd regret it. Let's walk for 5 minutes before we get going again." Honestly, Sarah didn't mind as her stomach had started rumbling a few miles back. Every runner who spent any time outside had needed a bathroom break in the woods a time or two, but it was never the most convenient experience. It was actually pretty impressive Micah hadn't gotten injured yet as quickly as he was adding on miles. They had about 3 weeks left until the race, so tapering down their mileage to preserve their tired legs would start soon. He wouldn't be able to run the whole thing, but Sarah didn't mind. As much as she'd hated the idea of having a babysitter, running with Micah had proven to be restorative in its own way. As they walked, Sarah took a moment to control her own breaths and bring her heart rate down to a more relaxed pace. The sound of the creek trickling on the trail behind them had her reaching for the water bottle in her running vest, and the rabbits hopping in the woods to their left made her smile. Deer and the occasional squirrel would show their faces as well, the whole thing feeling a little like one of her favorite childhood movies. "Thanks for doing this with me, Micah." It had been a while since she'd thanked him, but his presence on her runs made her feel safe in a way she never had while on the trail. "I've spent a long time pushing through fear or doing my best to ignore it, but you being here lets me enjoy being out here without feeling it at all." His hand brushed her arm gently as they walked, goosebumps forming all the way up to her shoulder. "I'll always do everything in my power to make you feel safe. You deserve it." Sarah stopped, turning to face him as she suddenly felt a surge of courage flow through her body. Micah Cain was a good man, and Becca was right, that wasn't going to change because they acted on the feelings crackling between them like electricity. It wasn't about him being a hero when she'd never had one or his simply being present, it was him. "You know, Becca told me something a few weeks ago to make me rethink a lot of things." He'd stopped as well, his breathing regulated now as he stared down at her. His shirt clung to his broad shoulders as he wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. "What's that?" "She made me realize I've been living under an honestly ridiculous narrative for years. I've had this awful fear that I had never even voiced to myself that I'm the one who turned the men around me into monsters." He opened his mouth to respond, but she pressed her finger to his lips to silence him. "I know it's not true. I probably would have figured it out myself if I'd ever let myself explore the thought, but I shoved it away like I do everything else." She paused, knowing the way the rest of this conversation went could change everything. "You almost kissed me at the campout, but we haven't really discussed it since." Was it a heat of the moment thing? Her stomach flipped again, and she suddenly swallowed back the urge to puke. Were her nerves over talking to Micah really high? He lifted his hand and ran the backs of his fingers down her cheek, seemingly unconcerned with the sweat there. "It wasn't just the heat of the moment. If you'll let me, I'll prove to you we're not all the same." She placed her hand over his, still on her cheek. "I know you're not. You proved that to me years ago." Stomach rumbling again, she nearly groaned. Was now really the time for her nerves to combine with normal running stomach? The way Micah was looking at her, his brown eyes full of promises, she needed to focus. "And more importantly, you have something no other man in my life ever has. You're right, and the Lord will guide me every step. I'm not saying I won't mess up and say something to hurt your feelings, but I promise to bring home flowers or running shoes when I do." The image of him walking through the door with both made her chuckle. "And I can't promise I'll never push you away when I'm trying to avoid my problems, but I'm willing to try." Taking her chin between his thumb and forefinger, Micah tilted her face up towards his. And I promise, when you try to push me away, I'll fight for us. Hopefully, in time, I'll become a safe place for you. You already are. The whispered words were no sooner out of her mouth than her whole body flushed hot, and she knew exactly what was about to happen. Wrenching her chin from his fingers, Sarah whipped around and leaned down with her hands on her knees. The contents of her stomach emptied onto the leaves below, but at least it hadn't been Micah's shoes. His hand rubbed her back as she continued heaving, finally feeling momentary relief once she finished. He handed her a towel and a bottle of water just before the second wave hit, and she briefly registered his soft voice on the phone with someone figuring out the closest pickup point. Robert? Jace? She didn't know but didn't have the energy to argue. Honestly, she'd ride home in the back of a truck if it meant she could take some nausea medication and get in her own bed. You're in luck, sweetheart, he said softly as he continued to rub her back. We're only about a quarter mile from the nearest emergency access point. Robert's going to meet us there and drive us home. A quarter mile, surely she could do that. Nodding, Sarah felt her legs tremble as she stood up straight. I can make it. He raised a brow at what had to be a deathly pale face and shook his head. I'm sure you can, but you're not going to. Then, as though they hadn't just run 20 miles before stopping to walk and she weighed no more than a child, Micah picked her up and cradled her in his arms. You're just lucky this trail is flat right here, he said with a wink. Relax, honey. I've got you. And in a move that would have never been possible with anyone but him, she did relax to the point she nearly fell asleep. Had they not heard the rumbling of Robert's truck coming up the cleared dirt road to get them, she probably would have done. One of the last things she heard before she laid her head on Micah's shoulder in the back seat of the truck was his quiet words to Teresa on the phone. He asked her to call in a prescription for an anti-nausea medication he'd pick up in a bit. It had been about 6 hours since Sarah had first thrown up out on the trail, something she'd done quite a bit more in her bathroom until the anti-nausea medication finally kicked in. As much as he'd have liked to help more, the only thing to really do was administer medication on time and try to keep the patient hydrated. He'd called off work that day, knowing there was no way he'd leave her until she could keep something down. In fact, he'd been close to getting her in 4 bags of fluids when she'd finally turned a corner and been able to keep down an electrolyte drink. After a few hours of piddling around her house and placing a grocery delivery order for crackers, rice, and chicken soup, it was time to check on Sarah. She'd been asleep in her bedroom since the last big bathroom session, and he'd managed to get both the bathroom cleaned and the laundry done so she wouldn't have to deal with it herself. Stomach bugs were no joke, but hopefully it would be a short-lived one. Knock, knock, he said as he rapped his knuckles on the door. If she didn't stir, he'd just make sure she didn't have a fever and let her sleep, but a groggy voice beckoned him inside a second later. Sorry to wake you. He held up another glass of cold water with electrolytes. Just wanted to see if we could get a few more fluids down the hatch. He stepped back, foot catching on a floorboard that buckled beneath his weight. It shifted, and he made a mental note to work on it once Sarah was feeling better. She rubbed her eyes, her dark blonde braid completely askew after running and getting sick the way she had. Wrinkling her nose adorably, she grimaced. I smell horrible. With a smirk, Micah shrugged. Well, I wasn't going to say anything but. She swatted weakly at his arm as he handed her the drink. Thank you. After I finish this, I'm going to take a quick shower. Would you mind helping me change the sheets when I'm done? They're all gross now. I'm sure they are. If you'll just tell me where your spares are, I'll change them while you get cleaned up. She studied him for a moment, eyes soft and glassy. Whether the vulnerability was a result of what they'd shared in the woods or her illness, he didn't know. You know, for someone who hates stomach viruses so much he visibly shivers when he talks about them, you are a pretty good caretaker. Taking the wet cloth from her nightstand he'd brought earlier, Micah wiped it gently down her face. We do what we have to for those we love. Yep, he just laid it all out there, but it was the truth. He'd loved Sarah Quinn for as long as he could remember, and he had a feeling if a relationship between them ever actually got started it would move quickly. Her mouth fell open a little in surprise, but he just grinned. Pressing a quick kiss to her forehead, Micah stood up. I'll let you get showered. New sheets are in the hall closet? Still a little shell-shocked, Sarah nodded, but he could see the tiniest whisper of a smile on her lips. As he moved outside into the hallway to gather the sheets, Micah took a deep breath. Lord, there are so many moving parts to this whole thing, it's making me a little dizzy. We still don't know who sent her the envelopes and vandalized her house. I'm afraid of what will happen if we can't make it work, and I'm still signed up for a race in 3 weeks that may well kill me. I'm not sure what I'm asking for here, Lord, but I need your wisdom. As he finished praying and heard Sarah shut the bathroom door, he knocked softly once more before entering to change her sheets. Letting the hope of a relationship with Sarah become an idol wasn't a good idea, but with as long as he'd hoped for it, it was definitely a temptation. As he changed the sheets and headed back out into the living area to answer a few texts about patient cases from Teresa, Micah did his best to ask God to guide the present rather than worry about the future. Today, Sarah knew how he felt and returned those feelings, at least to some degree. That, in and of itself, felt like a miracle. Chapter 16. Micah walked into the police station a week later and ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Sarah hadn't received any more notes, but the fact they still hadn't tracked down who sent them was unacceptable. Jace was working on it. He was a good cop, but every day it went unsolved was one more day Sarah was in danger. There were only 2 weeks left until the race, and even with him running alongside her, he didn't like the idea someone knew she was training to be out that long. Sure, they'd done plenty of trail runs in their training, averaging nearly 100 miles a week, but they did those runs during the daytime. The trails were relatively crowded, not to mention park rangers and fish and wildlife ran frequent patrols. It was nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, so Belinda the night dispatcher was already at her desk. Hi there, document. You here to turn yourself in for being entirely too handsome to practice medicine? Why, I'm sure you're going to give Doris Hargrove a cardiac event one day thanks to that smolder of yours. She chuckled, twice his age with the wit and energy of a young woman. Not quite, Mrs. Belinda. Is Jason? His truck was parked out front, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. He could be out patrolling in the cruiser. Sure is. I'll buzz him. Chief, Micah's here to see you. Okay, I'll send him back. She placed the phone back in its cradle and grinned. He's ready for you. Thank you. As Micah passed her desk, Belinda whistled before bursting into laughter. Jace, he called to the back with mock horror. Who do I need to file a harassment charge with? His friend appeared in the doorway to his office and leaned against the frame. Usually me, but I just finished my paperwork for the day, so let's just call it a wash. He winked and stepped back for Jace to enter. What can I do for ya, man? Momentarily distracted by Belinda's antics, Micah plopped down into one of Jace's chairs with a thud. I'm wondering where you are with Sarah's case. Surely, you've turned up something. The way Jace's expression fell told Micah everything he needed to know, and anger he so rarely felt welled up in him. He forced it down. Of course they were trying, but why was it taking so long? She'd healed well from her stomach bug the week before, and they'd mostly gone back to normal. They still hadn't actually kissed yet, as both times they'd been interrupted. It was probably best when they were on the campout, but the trail was tougher to swallow. They'd spent even more time together than normal in the past few weeks due to training, their evenings spent on the run rather than sitting on the couch watching television. The taper would start soon though, and he'd be lying if he wasn't looking forward to wrapping his arm around her on the couch while they watched whatever awful reality show she wanted that night. I'm sorry, Jace started with a sigh. I'm turning over every rock I can. I've talked to Nathan, and he had no idea about any of it. He was still in prison anyway, and 2 different officials at the prison vouched for him. Apparently, he's become a stand-up guy on the inside. In fact, he seemed pretty worried about Sarah when I told him about the vandalism to her house. Micah held back a growl. He can worry himself right into an early grave for all I care. That's not very godly of me, but he threw a 7-year-old child down the stairs. I can't forgive that so easily. No one's asking you to. I'm just saying if he does come around, maybe at least hear him out. He paused, clearing his throat. How much do you know about Sarah's life when you were in New York? I know about Vance, if that's what you're asking. I'm sure that's in your records. Have you talked to him? If Sarah had a restraining order against Vance, there would definitely be record of it on file. Jace nodded. Yep. He hasn't necessarily turned over a new leaf, but he lives 3 hours away and hasn't been back in years. Doesn't mean he couldn't have been behind the envelopes, but he was at work the day her house got trashed. Slumping back in the chair, Micah rubbed his temples. Surely, there's an angle we're missing here. Sarah's so good and kind. Why would anyone do this to her? It was more than confusing. It was downright infuriating. Repainting her house and trying to discreetly replace her ruined running shoes had moved the needle a tiny bit on making things feel normal again, but he wouldn't sleep soundly until they were caught. I'm sorry this isn't moving as quickly as we'd like it to, Jace said honestly. If you know of anyone else that might have it out for her, I'll track down even the smallest of leads. It was at that moment Micah realized he didn't know if Sarah had told him about her uncle trying to buy the cottage. Have you talked to her uncle? Jace's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed a small notebook and pencil. No, why? I can't believe Reindeer Pass Summerfest is here already, Becca said as she gazed fondly around the town square. Every year, the town put on a big carnival to celebrate the end of summer. It was always the last week of July, and they brought in carnival rides, booths, and a ton of other attractions from Bozeman. The bakery had sponsored a booth for years, as they did for most town events, and it was all hands on deck for such a busy one. I know, Rainey replied. I can't believe it's almost time to go back to school. She'd be a senior this year, and thankfully she'd completely moved on from Carson with plans to focus on her future and cherish the time she had with her friends in the year ahead. Well, the familiar kind voice of Liza Jane Proctor sounded from behind them. If it isn't the best bakery in the West and the 4 prettiest gals to boot. Mrs. Proctor had been healing well since her fall, but she still walked with a cane. Not that Micah had told her a thing about it, of course, but Reindeer Pass was a small town. Word got around. Sarah stepped forward to pull the thin old woman into a hug. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? We've missed you at church. I've missed you girls too. I actually went and spent a few weeks in Colorado with my daughter and her family to rest and recover for a bit, but I'm back at least into the fall. She's trying to convince me to come down during the winter to stay, but we'll see. Mrs. Proctor winked, her lips turned up in a smirk. I like to keep them guessing. I'm sure you do. Glancing over Mrs. Proctor's shoulder, Sarah spotted Micah coming into the square wearing a simple black t-shirt no one had any right to look that handsome in, and simple blue jeans. On another man, they might even look sloppy, but not on Micah. If it isn't the good doctor. If it isn't my 2 favorite girls, Micah said with a grin. Just don't tell my mom and Felicity I said that. He winked, and if Sarah didn't know better, she'd say Mrs. Proctor was blushing. Happy to see you out and about, Liza Jane. How was your trip? Just wonderful, though Katie and her husband would prefer I sit in a rocking chair and knit all day until I die. She rolled her eyes, her opinions clear. But I do love the time with my grandbabies, and I know they hover out of love. Sarah snorted, eyeing Micah as she answered. They sure do. Mrs. Proctor's eyes darted between the two of them, an excited grin taking over her wrinkled face. Oh, thank heavens. I thought I'd be in the ground and decomposed before you 2 finally got your heads out of your behinds. She wagged her finger between the 2 of them, mock sternness overtaking her features. You 2 belong together, mark my words. I said it years ago, and I'll say it forever. Stunned at the woman's candor, Sarah couldn't believe Micah clearly didn't hold the same surprise. Instead, he had nearly doubled over in laughter. That's our Liza Jane, he wheezed. Going to say what she thinks. He nudged her gently in the side. I haven't quite closed the deal yet, but I'm working on it. Well, get a move on it, Sonny. Time waits for no man. And speaking of waiting, I think I spotted a turkey leg booth over there with my name on it. Placing both hands on her hips, Mrs. Proctor straightened as best she could. And it won't even spike my sugars, Doc, so you don't have to scold me about it. When have I ever scolded you about anything? Micah still chuckled, but had mostly gotten hold of himself. I'm sure you've thought it a time or two. Anyway, you two lovebirds, enjoy. I'm off. With that, she hobbled at a faster pace than Sarah would have thought possible at her age, a little jaunt in her step as she went. Sarah stared after her, still a little stunned at the whole exchange. When I'm her age, I hope I'm half as cool as she is. Wrapping an arm around her shoulders and pressing a kiss to her hair that sent a shiver of awareness and wonder down Sarah's spine, Micah's eyes darkened a little as she looked up at him. Don't we all? I guess you'd better get back to the booth before Becca, Rainey, and Hannah pull something trying to eavesdrop. Turning, Sarah spotted all three of her coworkers peeking out from behind the backdrop they used for all town events. Not the least bit guilty for her nosiness, Becca straightened first. That's right, she's ours for the next 2 hours, she said before turning to Sarah. Hands on her hips, she approached the two of them. And it appears your girl here has some things to catch us up on. Welp, on that note, I think I'll be going. Micah winked once more at Sarah before sauntering off much in the same manner as Mrs. Proctor had, though without the unsteadiness. Coward, Sarah called after him before turning her attention to her friends. I guess it all started at the campout. 3 hours later, Sarah had finished her shift at the bakery booth, and Becca shooed both her and Hannah out to go enjoy the festival. Rainey volunteered to stay and help. Jace, Hannah, Micah, and Sarah had made their way through the rides, games, and activities in addition to getting one of those turkey legs Liza Jane had been so excited about. Despite the fact they hadn't really defined their relationship, Micah threw caution to the wind and kept his arm around Sarah in much the same way Jace and Hannah moved through the event. Whenever he wasn't right next to her, he was never far, and he started to understand what folks meant over the years when they said they were in one another's orbit. She'd just taken a massive bite out of a cotton candy when a voice he hoped he'd not hear for a very long time cleared her scratchy throat. Allison Quinn, who'd never changed her name after divorcing Sarah's father, stepped forward with her greasy-looking boyfriend named Leo. It was the same boyfriend she'd left town with, one she'd met working at the bar over in Hamilton. He'd never been outwardly rude to Sarah that Micah knew of, but something about the guy had always given him the creeps. As it was, Leo hung back for the moment with his hands shoved in his pockets as Allison approached her daughter. She crossed her arms over her chest and tapped her high-heeled foot against the pavement. Who wore high heels to a summer carnival? Weren't her feet killing her? The rest of her outfit was just as out of place. She wore a tight pink dress with a low dip in the bust line, a thick black belt cinching in her ample waist. Allison was the type of woman who looked beautiful dressed down in jeans and a t-shirt, but when she put on her fancy get-ups she resembled a clown. Her makeup was bright and overdone, hair curled within an inch of its life, and the dress was probably 2 sizes too tight. More than any of that, though, was the scowl on her face she directed at Sarah. Oh good, you're not dead. I've been calling you over and over again to no answer only to hear from your scumbag father that someone has been harassing you. She'd shouted the last part, and folks at the picnic tables by the Mexican food truck started to turn, as did those in the cotton candy line. Jace held out a hand and took on his police chief voice. Ms. Quinn, why don't we take this conversation somewhere more private? We hardly need to air everyone's dirty laundry at a festival. He handed Hannah the leftovers of his dinner and took a step towards Allison before she backed away with a screech. You will not arrest me, officer. I've done nothing wrong, not to mention I've known you since you were 7 years old. Get too big for your britches, Jace Todd, and you might have some secrets of your own come out. Sarah isn't the only one whose father has skeletons in his closet. Jace rolled his eyes, completely unaffected. If you've talked to my father in the last 20+ years, be my guest. I have no doubt he's up to some shady stuff. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. I'm not here to talk to you anyway. I'm here to talk to my daughter. Allison pushed past Jace and stood barely 2 feet from Sarah. You're making a big mistake holding on to that awful little cottage when your uncle is offering you so much for it. It's selfish is what it is. Sarah's eyes narrowed, and she held a hand back as though she knew Micah was about to rush to her aid. That's quite the reach there, Mom. Careful, you'll throw your back out again. Eyes widening as though she'd never heard her daughter fight back before, Allison growled. You ungrateful little dash. Hey, now, Micah said as he finally stepped forward. He'd let Sarah fight her own battles, but he wasn't going to allow Allison to scream insults at her. That wasn't going to happen. Jace gave you the opportunity to peacefully leave, and I'm giving you one more warning. Turn around and walk away, now. He placed his hand on Sarah's back, a silent show of support. As though she just noticed him, Allison's eyes narrowed on Micah. Oh look, your little protector, all grown up. Her gaze fell to where he'd placed his hand on Sarah's back, and she grinned an evil grin.
Ha!
Pay up, Leo. I always told you she'd bag the doctor one day. Is that why you don't want the payout from your uncle? Because you're a kept woman from a fancy doctor? Micah felt the rage well up in him at the insinuation, but Sarah shook her head. No. I don't want the payout because I'm the only one between the two of us who doesn't rely on men to support me. She jerked her chin towards Leo. Live your life, Mom, and let me live mine. You can't provoke me anymore, you've lost that power. With that, she spun on her heel and headed back towards the parking area. Leo and Allison both made moves to follow her, but two of Jace's team had already started moving in their direction. Allison kept screeching insults, but Sarah just waved without looking back. Micah broke into a jog to catch up with her and took her hand. I'm so proud of you right now. To his surprise, it wasn't a tearful Sarah who looked up at him as they continued their walk towards the car. She wore a smile, her shoulders shaking with laughter. You know what? So am I. That's the first time in years I haven't left a conversation with my mom feeling a brick in the pit of my stomach. Wrapping his arm around her once more, Micah pulled her close. What do you say we head back to your place and watch the fireworks from your back deck? That sounds perfect. Chapter 17. Sarah took a sip of the tea Micah handed her as they stared out over the town below. The festival fanfare would go on for another few hours, but the fireworks started right at dark. The sun continued its descent below the mountains in the distance as the moon moved to take its place. I get this view is spectacular, Micah said thoughtfully. But I really don't understand why your uncle wants this property so much. There are other resort towns who are bound to have places he could turn into short-term rentals. To be honest, Sarah had long since stopped trying to understand her family. It doesn't make sense to me either, but I only know what they've told me. Nana is what's special about this place, the memories I shared with her here. There are other homes on this street worth far more than mine, but it was hers. She made it a home for me even though I didn't live here most of the time. It's also where I met Felicity and you and the rest of your family. No short-term renter would come close to appreciating that history. She was angry and confused, but mostly she was just hurt. The things her mother said weren't true, but she'd finally gotten to a place in her life where she recognized the toxic dynamic of any relationship with Allison Quinn and grieved the mother she'd never have. Sounds of the band the town had hired to play before the fireworks drifted up from the square below. As they did, Micah set his own mug down and extended his hand. May I have this dance? Butterflies flapped in her stomach, but they were the good ones this time. Taking his hand, Sarah stood and settled into the safety of Micah's arms. The fact they'd at least managed to clean the paint off Nana's wrought iron table meant more to Sarah than she could ever say. The chairs had to be repainted, but they'd been salvageable too. The guitar's melody filled the night air as it softly hummed through the speakers below. The two of them swayed to the music, one of his hands wrapped to rest softly on her back while the other hand held hers. He'd spin her on occasion, but she always found her way tucked against his broad chest once more. After a few songs, his hand left her back and tucked itself under her chin. The last 2 times we've tried this, we've been interrupted. His voice was low, his touch gentle. But I need you to know when I kiss you for the first time, there's no going back for me. You're it. We'll take things as slowly as you want, but I've known it for years. Rather than respond through the frog in her throat, Sarah stood up on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his. The kiss was sweet as Micah dropped her chin and placed his hands on either cheek. When he pulled back, his smile was broad, that of a child who'd finally gotten what he wanted from the candy jar. Just as sweet as I always imagined. Just then, the sound of shattering glass sounded from the front of the house and a car engine roared as it drove away. Both sprinted towards the front of the house, but the car had already squealed around the corner. Sarah's gaze fell on her broken front window, and closer inspection told her one of her brick pavers had been the culprit. A large boom sounded, and Micah pushed Sarah to the ground. He'd covered her body with his, but when another 3 or 4 pops sounded, she realized the source. It's just the fireworks, Micah. They're gone. The long sigh he released echoed everything she felt inside. Let me call Jace. He'll want to see it before we clean up. Then, I'll call Becca and see if you can stay with her and Matt tonight. Sarah opened her mouth to argue that there was no way they were running her out of her home, but the stricken look in Micah's eyes shut it for her. Reaching out, she gripped his arm, his muscles tensed in a way they hadn't been just moments before. I'm fine, and we're going to get them. As the fireworks continued overhead and Micah talked to Jace, Sarah moved out to her front lawn to see tire tracks etched into her grass. There were no footprints, as the soil hadn't been wet enough, but would the tire tracks help? Lord, she prayed as she watched Micah run a frustrated hand through his hair. You've given me peace about this whole thing. Please extend that peace to Micah. Watching him like this makes me even more angry than the actual brick. Give him calm, Lord, and show him that you go before us. Micah paced back and forth in Sarah's front yard as Jace studied the tire tracks and took pictures. You have officers out looking for them, right? Her cameras at least got the general look of the car. Dude, I get you're stressed, but I've been doing this for a while now. Yes, I have officers out looking for the dark blue or black sedan. We don't know the exact color because of the low lighting at the time, but we're looking. We're also checking with rental companies nearby, and I've got some officers going to talk to Leo and Allison. But Micah, they were both at the station cooling off when this happened. It couldn't have physically been them. Doesn't mean they couldn't still be behind it. Micah knew his tone was unnecessarily harsh, but he couldn't help it. Sarah stood with Hannah and Becca, both having rushed to her home as soon as they heard. Matt had stayed with Ginger until a neighbor could come watch her, but he'd arrived about a half an hour ago. Jace continued to study the scene and take photos of the property, as well as dust the brick for prints. Laughter from the group of women drew his attention from his spot on the lawn, and he noticed Sarah laughing with the others. How was she not more shaken up by this? Someone had thrown a brick through her window, for goodness sake. As frustrating as it was, the rest of the police investigation pulled up nothing else they could use. No other houses on the street had cameras that might have gotten the driver of the car, and Leo and Allison were both firmly proven to be at the police station when it happened. Vance also had an ironclad alibi, as he worked in private security since he'd lost his badge. Sarah's uncles were both still in Seattle, though Jace said both of them had seemed a little cagey on the phone when they'd spoken, and Nathan had actually been living in a residential facility that helped ex-convicts get on their feet after they were released. Jace also spoke to his parole officer, and not only had he checked in earlier that day, but he was apparently the model citizen now. Micah doubted that very much, but the more pressing matter was who had thrown the brick through Sarah's window? Who had trashed her house a few weeks back? Who'd taken pictures of her on the trails and throughout town? Who'd been threatening her? He could feel his blood whooshing through his body as he shifted his weight from foot to foot the way boxers did before a fight. The adrenaline and cortisol in his body was probably sky high, and the pace of the investigation was making it all worse. He just stepped out to do another lap around the perimeter of the property when Sarah approached. She placed her hand on his forearm, her calm somehow seeping into his body. You look like you're about to jump out of your skin. She wasn't judgmental, nor did she look worried. No, the look on her face was pure understanding and compassion. Want to go on a night run? Suddenly, it was as though Micah's body begged for the tiring, rhythmic cadence of a run. They'd be running through the night for the race, and they often ran well before the sun came up, so it was nothing new. Actually,
Yeah.
that'd be amazing. Let me go change and get my headlamp. Will you ask Jace if he needs us for anything else? She squeezed his arm again before lifting up to place a soft kiss to his lips. I'll take care of it. You go change. By the time he got back, only Jace remained in Sarah's yard, filling out paperwork in his car. The rest of the cars had cleared out, as it was nearly midnight by that point. Sarah stretched in her driveway, clad in ankle-length leggings and a short-sleeve workout shirt. She spoke with Jace off and on, but they mostly just stood in companionable silence. There he is, Jace said with a soft smile. You two be safe, and try to work out some of the adrenaline. He raised his brow at Micah. Are you going to drop her off at Becca's after your run? I gave her my key, but I'm sure Matt will be up. That guy functions on so little sleep it's nuts.
Yeah.
I got it. Thanks, man. I'm sorry I was a jerk with you earlier. They clasped hands and did the shoulder bump bro hug men did when they didn't know what else to do. All's forgiven. When someone you love is in danger, you're not in your right mind. Micah didn't even try to deny being in love with Sarah. It'd be foolish to do so anyway. Thanks again. I've got to be at the clinic early tomorrow, but I'll try to stop by afterwards if I have time before our training run. You guys have what, 2 more weeks? Yep, Sarah said as she came to join them. And tomorrow starts our taper, so let's get in one last good long run. Chapter 18. Sarah woke on race day with a nervous stomach. She always did before a race, and something about the nerves was comforting when so little else was normal. She'd been staying in Becca's guest room ever since the brick came flying through her window the night of the fireworks. It was scary, but it was also annoying. The night she and Micah shared their first kiss, the one she'd dreamed about every night since, should have filled her with hope. Instead, she remembered the sound of crashing glass and the anger on Micah's face as he'd frantically searched her yard for clues. He'd hovered, texting or calling multiple times a day from the clinic, even more than usual in the last 2 weeks, despite her not living across the street and only seeming to relax when they were together. Even then, their runs had decreased to a point they were putting in far fewer miles to rest their bodies for the race. Twisting her body to roll out of bed, Sarah checked her phone to see a slew of texts from their group text about the race. Hannah, okay, just so I'm clear, we don't have to do any actual running? Micah, no, this is purely a supportive role. Jace, Han, it's 2:45 a.m. Why are you awake? Micah, same question. Micah, I'm awake because I have to run 50 miles tomorrow and can't sleep. Why are you awake? Jace, because I'm the chief of police and leave my phone on loud in case someone needs to reach me. Hannah, I needed to make sure. I couldn't sleep, so I'm stress baking protein bars for everyone. Robert, why am I in this group text again? Jace, because of your sparkling personality, bro. Micah, that, and if I keel over on the trail, you'll be the most likely one to know where we are. Becca. Jace, I think we woke up Sleeping Beauty. She's not pleasant when she doesn't get her sleep. Matt.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, guys. Hannah, sorry. This is me offering chocolate chip cookies as penance. Becca, go to sleep, children. We all have an early morning. Hannah, you're forgiven so long as you bring me a big mug of coffee in the morning. Hannah, you got it, boss. Reading through the thread had Sarah grinning from ear to ear as she looked at the time. It was just after 4:30 a.m., and the gun would go off to start the race at 6. She had plenty of time to have some graham crackers and peanut butter for breakfast before heading down to the park. Pulling on her leggings, dry-fit shirt, and favorite running shoes, Sarah studied herself in the mirror. It was hard to believe it was race day already. In some ways, it felt like training for this race had taken years, but in others it felt like a snap. Who'd have thought when she signed up that she and Micah would be together by the end of it? Opening her door slowly, she sighed in appreciation when she smelled the fresh coffee already brewing next to Matt on the counter. "Morning sunshine," he said brightly. "Becca should be out in a second, but I'll warn you she's not in the best mood this morning." As though summoned, Becca emerged from their bedroom with a thick gray robe and her hair in a bun on top of her head. Her red plaid pajama pants were only visible from the knees down, as were her bunny slippers. "Coffee," she grunted. "And keep it coming." One thing Sarah hadn't known before living with them the past few weeks was just how much of a morning person Becca was not. Once she got going, usually after 2 cups of coffee, she seemed to have energy for days. But those first morning moments were rough. Ginger, on the other hand, was apparently a mini version of her dad as she bounded out of her bedroom wearing unicorn pajamas with her hair in 2 long braids. "Miss Sarah. The race is today, can you believe it? I can't wait to help be part of a real live crew." She nearly vibrated with excitement, and even Becca smiled softly at her daughter's enthusiasm from behind her steaming mug. Sarah held her fist out for a fist bump. "You're going to have the most important job, did you know that?" The girl's eyes widened, nodding as she continued to bounce. "What is it?" "You're in charge of our hydration." She held up the box of electrolyte packs she'd grown to like. "We'll have water bottles at the aid station, and each one of them needs to have 1 pack emptied into it and dissolved well. Think you can do that?" Her head bobbed up and down. "Yep. I've got you, Miss Sarah." "Good, on that note, I'm going to grab a piece of toast and try to settle my nerves." "You drink coffee yet, Jing?" She winked, as the girl was only 9 years old. Matt handed his daughter a cup of what looked to be 95% milk and 5% coffee. "She sure does. Here you go, baby." The next hour flew by, and before she knew it Sarah was in Becca's SUV headed for base camp at the national park. Robert, his team, and the race organizers were already there, as were a few of the runners who'd set up their tents and vans already. Ultra runners were a different breed. Many of the men had long beards, and the women looked like they could take a punch and give it right back. They were the type you'd want with you if you ever needed to fight for your life, on the trail or otherwise. Micah's truck was already there as well, but she hadn't spotted him until he came out of the bathrooms with something between a frown and a scowl. "Nervous stomach." Chuckling, Sarah kissed his cheek and took his hand. "You're going to do fine, and the nerves are normal for any race. You're ready, and we're not trying to break any speed records today. This is just for fun." "You know," Hannah said as she approached. "Your definition of fun and mine are 2 different things." Her arms were loaded down with tote bags that Sarah had no doubt were filled with the products of her stress baking the night before. "But anyway, I have snacks." Sarah headed over to where Matt had just finished setting up their aid tent, Ginger's good-natured chatter filling the air as she helped. "We're putting snacks and hydration over here," Ginger said quickly as she pointed to an easily accessible corner of the tent. "Extra shoes and socks are over here, as are any extra clothes you guys might need." They'd both packed them the day before in case it rained and they needed a dry set or blisters got to be too much. First aid kit, band-aids, and everything that goes with them are right here. "I oughta let you come organize the clinic," Micah said with a grin. "You've got things under control." Ginger beamed, and the rest of them filed inside as Micah and Sarah went to check in. As she pinned the race bib to the stomach of her shirt, she raised a brow at Micah. "No turning back now." All of a sudden, a familiar delighted shriek sounded and Sarah whipped around to see Felicity, her 4-year-old Annie, and both of Micah's parents heading up from the parking lot. Annie ran towards Micah first, and he grabbed her under the arms and pulled her into a bear hug. "Little bear. What are you guys doing here?" Mrs. Cain hugged her son around her granddaughter before pulling Sarah into one as well. "We know how hard you 2 have trained. We wouldn't miss it." "Besides," Felicity said as she pulled Sarah into a hug of her own. "It was about time we came home for a visit." Her eyes were wistful and sad, so unlike the vibrant young woman who'd left Reindeer past 10 years ago. "It's good for the soul, right?" At that point, the race director held a megaphone to his lips and announced there was 5 minutes to start time. Mrs. Cain pulled Sarah into one more hug and looked her in the eye. "We're so proud of you, sweetheart. For how you've handled everything. Micah's been keeping us up to date, and I hope you know that you deserve the world." "She's right," Mr. Cain agreed. "We love you both, and we were thrilled when Micah told us you'd finally gotten together." Micah placed Annie on her feet and took Sarah's hand. "We may have taken the scenic route, but I plan to enjoy myself from here on out." He leaned down and pressed a quick kiss to Sarah's lips before mock scowling at the start line. "Welp, I guess we'd better go line up. Suddenly, I'm questioning the wisdom of me going with you on this race to protect you when 15 miles and I'll probably be completely useless in any sort of altercation. Moral support?" They took their places as Robert emerged from the woods with a pack of plastic orange cones and spotted Felicity. She hadn't noticed him yet, but the way he stared at her and Annie by their aid tent told Sarah everything she needed to know about where he stood. There was hurt there, maybe even some anger, but mostly it was longing. "On your marks," the announcer said as Sarah focused on the task at hand. "Get set." He raised his gun in the air. "Go." Micah had to admit that their training had paid off. The first 30 miles went by with relative ease, and he could see how folks signed up for multiple of these things. They'd had 2 aid stops already, taking their time to eat something and rest their feet, so that had been a big part of his not feeling completely wiped. Spending a little time with his family hadn't hurt either, though it had been obvious at their first stop that Felicity was about to jump out of her skin anytime Robert came anywhere near. The trail narrowed up ahead, going into a grove of trees that meant they'd have to run in a line rather than side by side. It had been a while since they'd seen any other runners, but that was expected for this type of race. Micah knew Sarah had held back to stay with him, but his pride wasn't hurt. She was definitely the faster of the two of them, and hopefully it would preserve her energy somewhat. There hadn't been any threats, real or perceived, so far. Micah hadn't let his guard down, though. This type of environment would be the perfect place to go after someone like Sarah since the course was well mapped beforehand. They always switched up their trails during training, but the race course had been available online for weeks. They'd entered the grove of trees when the hair on the back of Micah's neck stood up. A large rock up ahead blocked his view around the bend, and something about the whole setup had him feeling uneasy. "Sarah, wait up. Get behind me." She slowed to a walk. "Are you okay? You're not feeling dizzy, are you?" "No," he said softly as he stepped around her. "I need you to get behind me. Do you have your bear spray?" She nodded, pulling both her bear spray and knife from her running vest to lift and show him. He did the same with his, wishing he'd taken Jace's advice about finding a pistol holster he could run with. They stepped up into the grove of trees, getting around the rock with no surprises. Micah had almost allowed himself to relax when the sound of a gun cocking behind them cut through the haze. He spun, shoving Sarah behind him once again, to see 2 masked men armed and pointing their weapons their way. "What do you want?" Micah's voice was clear despite every nerve in his body standing on end. How could he get Sarah away from this without getting shot? Shuffling behind him had him praying Sarah was texting for help, and he did his best to block her body with his own. They'd passed an emergency access point about a half-mile back, but the trail wasn't wide enough for a truck to come down it unless there was a trail he didn't know about. "She knows what we want," the familiar voice ground out. "But she refused to give it to us." Sarah's voice sounded from behind him. "Leo? You're the one who's been harassing me?" Her mother's boyfriend pulled off his mask, gun still trained on Micah. "Tried to give you the chance to give us that house, girly. Your mama didn't want you hurt, but what she don't know won't kill her, will it? So this had nothing to do with my father after all," she said quietly. "He really didn't know anything about it? Wait, I thought you two were at the police station when the brick came through my window?" Micah wanted with everything in him to grab Sarah and get her out of there, but if she had indeed texted for help, maybe talking could buy them time. "Who's your friend?" "Buddy o' mine I hired to help out. He's the one who did most of the hands-on work," Leo chuckled. "Not really important. What's important is we're getting that house or the both of you are going to mysteriously go missing on the trail." Now, wouldn't that be a shame? Leo's yellowed teeth turned Micah's stomach, but not nearly as much as the idea that he'd hurt Sarah. That house can't possibly be worth all this trouble. What's your angle? She knows, Leo barked. She knows what's under that loose floorboard, and she knows what it's worth. Floorboard. A memory came back to him of stepping on a loose one when he'd been in her bedroom to take care of her with the stomach bug, but he'd not had a chance to go back and fix it. Sarah, do you know what he's talking about? Not a clue. Leo growled then, taking a step towards them as the sound of sirens in the distance wailed. The cavalry was coming, and their assailants' eyes went wild. He lunged for Sarah, but Micah caught him easily and threw him to the ground. The gun went off, but thankfully it fired into one of the trees on the trail rather than a person. His friend surged forward, but Sarah stepped around Micah to hit him full in the face with bear spray before kicking him hard enough in the groin to have him howling. Run, Sarah. Micah shouted, maybe it would help Jace and the team find them. Get out of here. He'd do his best to hold them back, no matter what happened in the process. Leo struggled to his feet and threw a punch Micah dodged before trying to go for his gun once again. This time, it was Sarah who tackled him to the ground just as the other regained his composure. Why hadn't she run? Deciding in a split second to try and subdue Leo's buddy, Micah started throwing punches that would have made his high school boxing coach proud. The sirens grew louder as they came closer, but the sound of a gun going off made Micah's blood run cold. Suddenly, a man clad in dark gray cargo pants and a black t-shirt sprinted into the grove and grabbed Leo from where he and Sarah wrestled on the ground. Micah had just stepped back to pull Leo off her when the man whose hair matched his cargo pants grabbed Leo by his torso and tossed him to the other side of the trail. Praying the guy was on their side, Micah landed one last punch to his opponent's temple, the knockout blow that hopefully wouldn't do any more damage than that. Relieving him from the weapon he'd never actually fired, Micah ran over to where Sarah had started to rise. Are you all right? His gaze raked over her, trying to find any blood flow he needed to stem. Are you hit? I'm fine, Sarah said quickly. Who was Dash? Sarah's eyes went big as she looked behind Micah. Dad? Chapter 19. Sarah took the water Harper offered her gratefully, though she was still disappointed she hadn't been able to finish the race. Monitors beeped around her in her hospital room, the paper bracelets on her hand souvenirs Micah had insisted she have after he realized she'd hit her head tackling Leo. Maybe it's the concussion, but I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around all this. Leo and Mom were the ones behind all this? Pretty much, Jace replied. Your mom didn't know anything about today because she and Leo fought after he had his buddy, Chad, put the brick through your window. She said he'd gone too far, and he disagreed. Your uncles had promised them a cut if they could convince you to sell the house, so they were trying to make you feel as unsafe there as possible. Micah grunted from his chair beside her bed. That was the most idiotic plan I've ever heard. Didn't say they were criminal masterminds. And that brings me to your dad. Sarah realized she hadn't seen him since they'd taken her off in the ambulance.
Yeah.
Where is he? He's actually waiting to talk to you, and I want you to know that Leo has corroborated his story. Your mom knows the jig is up, so she probably will too. Just listen to what he has to say, and try to have an open mind. Micah's hand squeezed hers, and she could feel the tension flowing through him. What story? You want her to sit here and listen to a guy who nearly killed her? Jace, man, come on. What are you thinking? It's okay, Sarah said softly. She had a strong feeling there was always more to the story than she realized. I want to hear this. Jace stood and went to her hospital room's door, pulling it open to reveal Dad in the same clothes he'd been in when he came to their rescue. He had a head full of gray hair and the same thick beard he'd always had. He was strong, maybe even stronger than he had been when he went to prison. Other than that, his face was more weathered, but his eyes were clear. More than just clear, they looked peaceful for the first time since Sarah could remember. Hi, baby girl. It's been a while. Baby girl, the nickname he'd given her as a child. Despite the way Micah tensed beside her, the name didn't cause a visceral response within her body. I hear you have a story to tell. Over the next few minutes, Dad told them about how he'd come to know the Lord in prison. In his time there, he'd grown to love Jesus more than he could have ever imagined, and sobriety was one of the steps in that journey. He'd also participated in a job training program that taught him about construction work, something he'd taken up once he was released. But that's not really what I need to tell you, baby girl. I said all that because I know the man I was when I went into prison wasn't worth a minute of your time, but I hope you'll find I am now. So, Micah said in a measured tone next to her. What did you really need to tell her? I need you to know that the night I got arrested, I wasn't in my right mind. I was drunk and strung out, absolutely out of control. I remember pushing over a table upstairs in our house, but I'm not the one who pushed you down the stairs or put bruises on your mother. You were crying, running from me, and you tripped at the top of the stairs. When you hit the bottom, I realized what I'd done even though I never actually put hands on you. That made sense with what Sarah did remember, but so did her mother's story. So why did you let Mom say you did? And how did she get those bruises? Jace cleared his throat. According to Leo, her bruises were self-inflicted for the purpose of getting away from Nathan before he could actually become violent. She lied to the police to get herself and Sarah away. And, Dad said with a sigh, I let her do it because when I sobered up I realized she was right to fear me. I'd become a man I didn't recognize, and I was afraid I actually would hurt you both if I stayed around. Selfishly, I also knew the only way I'd get clean was prison, though I never expected the judge would give me as long as he did. So I pled guilty, and I sent you letters apologizing for what had happened every week for years. Sarah's mouth dropped open. You did? Mom said you never even tried to contact us? I know, Dad replied sadly. After Officer Todd called me twice about the harassment you'd been receiving, I decided to try and get to the bottom of it. I called your mom, and she's just as delightful as she's always been. He shook his head, cringing at his apparent memories of that conversation. She told me you'd never speak to me because you thought I completely abandoned you, and then she hung up on me. Micah settled back on the hospital bed next to her, his thumb absently stroking her hand. So then why are you in town? I had a bad feeling about my conversation with your mother, and Officer Todd had asked me if I had any contact with your mom's brothers. I didn't, but I decided to come to town and see if there was anything I could do to help. When I got here, Earl gave me a little more information about what had been going on with you that he'd learned through Robert. He said they were trying to get you to sell the house, but you dug your heels in. He smirked. Always were a stubborn one. It's Nana's house, and she left it to me. I don't understand why they even want it. Realization hit then, a memory from the drama in the woods. Wait, what floorboard were they talking about? That part, Jace cut in, is where Nathan really came in handy. Your mother's mother grew up in a wealthy family, but she threw it all away to marry your grandfather. I'm sure she's told you all this. Memories of bedtime stories she'd told her over the years flooded back, and Sarah smiled softly. She did. Well, when she left, her father was furious. He completely cut her off, but her mother wanted her to have something to fall back on. She gave your Nana her jewelry collection, probably worth millions of dollars today. It was all she had to give without your great-grandfather finding out, but she hid it under a loose floorboard in her bedroom. If Dad knew, surely Mom and the uncles knew too. So that's what this was all about? The jewelry? Yep. I got in town late last night, and Earl told me about the race. I figured if anyone was going to try something, it'd be during something like that, so I came to make sure you were all right. I stayed off to myself, trying not to be noticed, but I heard a ruckus and saw Jace and Robert hightailing it to their truck. I heard Jace give the emergency access number, and I took off up the mountain. Earl had lent me a weapon, but we'd both hoped I wouldn't need to use it. How did you beat them up there on foot? Dad smiled, shaking his head. I know that park better than I know my own name. I grew up in it and worked in it for years. I could have made it up there blindfolded, though I'd probably have landed on my face a few times. I fired off a shot to alert them to the exact location and did the only thing I knew to do, the thing I failed to do all those years ago. I tried to make you safe. Chapter 20. By the time Sarah was released from the hospital that evening, she felt like she'd lived 100 lifetimes in one day. Her legs were sore from the 30-mile run, tough on the body no matter how well trained they were. It was unfortunate they hadn't been able to finish, but they could always sign up again next year. Dad had stayed for a few hours, but he needed to check in with his parole officer, and Jace had more questions for him down at the station. He'd called later to make sure everything was still going all right, and they made a plan for him to come over for dinner that week. It was odd, after all those years, her dad wasn't the bad guy in her story. He wasn't innocent, of course, but who was? He was just as flawed as everyone else, but there was a lightness in the man's eyes now that Sarah never saw as a child. She knew it was Jesus, and she'd thank him every day for redeeming their relationship. As Micah pushed her wheelchair into the waiting area at the hospital, a commotion to the right brought her attention. Felicity stood glaring at Robert with her hands on her hips, her brown eyes flashing as she spoke. "You have no idea what you're talking about, and those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones." Robert's fists clenched at his sides, but his voice remained steady. "You're the one who left. Don't blame me that the thing you gave up everything for turned out to be a pipe dream." He stopped, clenching his eyes shut as his fists loosened. "Look, I didn't mean dash." "Yes, you did," Felicity said sharply. "You meant exactly what you said. I don't regret going to California. I don't regret marrying Archer even though he turned out to be an unfaithful jerk, and I certainly don't regret Annie for even a second. I followed my dreams, and now my dreams look different. If you can't understand that, then I think we're done here." It was only then that the two of them noticed they weren't alone, the waiting room full of people staring at them, fascinated by the soap opera. Sarah held a hand out for Felicity. "Why don't you come with us, Liz?" "Where's Annie?" "With my parents at Micah's," she said thickly. "I came down to see how you were doing, and Micah said you were getting released." She gestured around the room. "Sorry for causing a scene." Robert stepped forward, still keeping a healthy distance from Felicity. "Me too. I came down to make sure everything was okay, but it wasn't great timing. Anyway, Sarah, glad you're feeling better." "Micah, Felicity, I guess I'll see you around." The poor man looked as dejected as Sarah had ever seen him, his normally strong and stoic shoulders hunched over in defeat. As Robert moved through the automatic doors, both Micah and Sarah turned their attention to Felicity. "Liz," Micah said softly. "What did he mean he'll see you around?" A sad smile flitted across her face, but she clearly tried to look happier than she was. "Mom and Dad aren't happy in California, and I'm no closer to my big break than I was when I left here. Annie's about to start school, and the only districts we can afford to live in don't have good ones. I've taken a job teaching drama at the high school while I finish the degree I started before I had Annie." She winked, but Sarah could see the misting in her eyes. "Welcome home, Liz," Sarah said as she squeezed her friend's hand. "I can't wait to see how much trouble we get into." Micah groaned dramatically. "You know, the Lord's been telling me that I have to learn to trust those I care about to him rather than assume I'm responsible for everyone around me, but the two of you back together would try the patience of Jesus himself." "Well," Sarah said with a smirk. "You know what they say about asking God for patience. Don't do it unless you're prepared for him to give you opportunities to use it." Of course, by the time Micah got Sarah back to her house, she had no desire to rest on the couch. Instead, she'd asked if they could have takeout from Paula's on the back porch and watch the sunset over the town. As much as the physician in him wanted her to do as little as possible, the rest of him knew that she needed to feel close to her Nana more than ever. They sat next to each other now, her head resting on his shoulder as his arm wrapped around hers. His fingers slid up and down her arm gently, and he couldn't recall a time he'd been happier. "How are you feeling about everything? Your dad dropped a bomb on you today." She was quiet for a moment. He almost looked to see if she'd fallen asleep, but she spoke up then. "I think something in me always knew he hadn't been the one to push me. As for Mom, she showed me who she really was a long time ago. I guess I finally believed her." Jace had told him both Allison and Leo had been arrested on a laundry list of charges, as had Leo's friend who'd helped with the harassment. It's kind of funny, though, if you think about it. Micah couldn't imagine what in the world she thought was funny about it. What do you mean? That jewelry has been gone since I was a teenager, Sarah said. And she didn't get millions for it. Pulling his arms from Sarah's shoulders, Micah furrowed his brow. You knew about the jewelry all along? Of course I did. Nana had it appraised when I was in high school because she said she wanted to give me a nest egg to fall back on. She sold it and got a couple $100,000 from it. It's in a trust fund for me when I was 18 that I've never touched. I guess she never told Mom about it. I know I didn't. After all that trouble, the jewelry hadn't even been in the house. Well, I'll be. Sarah shrugged. I actually thought a while back I'd like to donate some of it to some domestic violence shelters nearby, maybe even set up a scholarship foundation for some of the women or their children. She paused for a moment, and Micah didn't think he'd ever been more proud of anyone in his whole life. It's not like I need it. Reaching up to touch her chin, Micah guided Sarah's face to look him in the eye. You're an incredible woman, Sarah Quinn. Do you know that? I can't believe you let me be your boyfriend. Oh, is that what you are? She grinned, and he knew why folks said butterflies felt more like pterodactyls in your stomach. I don't recall us ever defining our relationship so clearly. Micah raised an eyebrow at her teasing. Oh, really? Not only am I your boyfriend, but I'm going to be a whole lot more pretty soon if I have anything to say about it. With a wink, he pressed a kiss to her nose. I've been yours for years, and we can go as slow or as quickly as you want. I'm here for the long haul. That sounds pretty great to me. As she stared up at him, Micah could see his whole future in her eyes, and he closed the distance between their lips. If that's what they were doing 50 years from now, stealing kisses on the cottage's back porch, he'd be the happiest man alive. He'd finally gotten the girl, and he had no plans of letting her go. The end. Thanks for listening. For a bonus epilogue and the latest news on all my books, visit the link in the description below. Be sure you subscribe to my channel so you